Bizim için iyi bir şirketle çok iyi bir şirket arasındaki farklardan en önemli, bizim için önemli olan konu güvenilir olmak ve işini doğru bir şekilde yapmak. Bizim temel felsefemiz bu.
Burada planlama aşamasından uygulama aşamasına kadar işverenlerimize hizmet vermekteyiz. Su yapı İngilizce'de water structure anlamına gelmekte ve böylesine büyük projelere imza atmaktayız.
Bu projeyi çok önemli yapan etken Çetin Barajı beton dolgu açısından ve RCC tip gövde açısından Avrupa'nın en büyük barajıdır. Bu açıdan çok önemli projeyi en kısa zamanda tamamladık. Çetin Barajı bulunduğumuz bölge Türkiye'nin Güneydoğu Anadolu bölgesi. Çok verimli derelere, akarsulara sahip. Burada biz yenilenebilir enerji projesi yaptık ve ülke ekonomisine bu projeyi çok kısa zamanda kazandırıp faydalı hale getirdik.
ALLPLAN BIM projelerimizi geliştirmede yardımcı oldu. Özellikle baraj yardımcı yapılarımızın tasarımında, çelik barlarla donatılmasında ve donatı açılımlarında çok yardımcı oldu. Tabii ki bunun haricinde revizyon süremizi oldukça kısalttı. Dinamik nesneler sayesinde bunu başarabildik.
Bizim ALLPLAN'daki ana ihtiyaçlarımız aslında modelden kesitlere geçtiğinizde donatı modellerini oluşturduğunuz makroların kolaylığı. Bu donatıları 3 boyutlu ve değişken yapılara konumlandırmanız için çok rahat ve akıcı bir şekilde makrolara ihtiyacınız oluyor. Bunu ALLPLAN çok basit bir şekilde sağlıyor size. Diğer programların haricinde ayrı olarak tutuyorum ALLPLAN'ı burada. Bu konforu bize sağlıyor.
Çetin projesinde ALLPLAN bize karmaşık yapıların birbiriyle uyumunu çözmemize yardımcı oldu. Ve yapıların statik hesaplarını yaparken 3 boyutlu tasarlamış olduğumuzdan dolayı yapıları başka bir programa 3 boyutlu aktardığımız için hatasız analizler yapabiliyoruz. ALLPLAN'da 2 boyuttan 3 boyuta geçmek bizim için çok büyük bir avantajdı. Çünkü hesaplamaları doğru ve gerçekçi modellememizi sağlıyor.
Su yapıyla birçok güzel projelere imza attık. Diğer bütün yatırım projelerimizde de su yapıyla çalıştık. Su yapı bizim bir alt şirketimiz değil, artık Limak bünyesinde çalıştığımız iş arkadaşlarımız olarak görüyoruz onları.
Bu projenin 6 ay önce bitirilmesi tabii ki çok ciddi bir proje çalışması gerektirdi. Bu proje çalışması sırasında ALLPLAN bize yardımcı oldu. Özellikle revizyon yapmak istediğimiz zamanlarda hızlı bir şekilde dinamik nesneleriyle bunu başarabildik. ALLPLAN'e teşekkür ediyoruz. ALLPLAN'in geleceğimiz olduğuna inanıyorum.
Das Projekt Zugersee Ost, das ist eigentlich eine 15 Kilometer lange Bahnlinie, wo wir den Auftrag haben, komplett neu zu machen.
Die besteht aus rund 100 Objekten, Einspurtunnel, 7. Da hat man x Brücken und Unterführungen, die wir erneuern mussten. Wir hatten Stützmauern, relativ grosse Hanganschnitte, die wir sichern mussten.
Unsere Tätigkeitsbereiche sind vor allem grosse Infrastrukturprojekte, Autobahn-, Eisenbahnprojekte. Von der Studie bis zur Inbetriebnahme von diesen Projekten eigentlich, dass man nachher auch einen effizienten Bauablauf hat und dass der Bauherr eigentlich nachher auch ein wirtschaftliches Objekt überkommt. Oder? Und das ist natürlich auch wichtig für die Kostensicherheit.
Also es ist grundsätzlich mal sehr steil. Sehr steil und sehr eng.
Grosse Hangneigungen von bis zu 6-37 Grad.
Am Hang oben dran hat man Häuser, Strassen. Unterhalb hat man Häuser, eine Strasse und dann kommt eigentlich gerade der See. Von 1 Meter aufeinander trifft man von sehr weichem Material plötzlich sehr hartes Material an.
Und das hat natürlich auch dazu geführt, dass wir darauf angewiesen sind, dass wir ein gutes Terrainmodell drin haben.
Also ich finde das ganze Koordinieren zwischeneinander finde ich eigentlich recht spannend. Das fehlerfreie projektieren, finde ich sehr cool, wie die Zahnräder funktionieren und auch in einer effizienten Zeit.
Planen und bauen, das ist für uns eigentlich immer wichtig, dass man auch schon in einer frühen Phase der Planung auch daran denkt, wie wir das realisieren. Wir haben uns dann entschieden, das Ganze in ALLPLAN zu integrieren. Und dass wir alle Daten in einem Programm hatten, haben wir eine massiv höhere Effizienz erreicht, nachher in der Ausführungsplanung.
Alle Daten, also auch die ganze Trasse, ganze Trassenbau, Entwässerungen, inklusive Stützmauern, Brücken. Für uns am Schluss des Projekts war es ganz klar die richtige Entscheidung, das so zu machen.
Wir haben eine Lösung, die uns eigentlich für die Planung, für die Ausführung, für Hoch- und Tiefbau und Strassenbau und Werkleitungsbau. Und das ist eigentlich das, was so ein bisschen der Match ist zu unserer Philosophie und zum Programm. Ja.
Bei unserem Fall war es eigentlich für mich extrem cool zum Mitarbeiten. Plötzlich steht es draussen und die Leute sehen, dass sie anhand von diesen 3D-Modellen das Tunnelportal abgebaut haben, ist eigentlich schon noch ist wirklich verrückt, dass das irgendwie so möglich ist.
Es funktioniert so weit gut.
Und es macht auch stolz, wenn man nachher in so eine Strecke fährt und weiss, hey, da bin ich maßgeblich beteiligt gewesen, dass das Projekt zustande gekommen ist.
Ich finde es eine richtig coole Situation. Das ist ja das, was mich auch begeistert an diesem Job.
Ja, wir planen nur noch mit ALLPLAN. Ja. Das ist eigentlich unsere Strategie.
Welcome to a journey of India's dynamic growth in the architecture, engineering, construction and operations industry, an industry that is playing a transformative role in the unprecedented growth of India's economy. With rapid growth and increasing competition, Indian AECO companies are embracing innovative technologies and solutions to boost their productivity, enhance quality, lower costs and stay ahead of the curve. At the core of the Nemetschek story is a desire to go beneath the surface to understand the challenges and needs and then create a solution for it. Nemetschek has been driving digital transformation in the AEC industry for over 60 years. It is leading AEC companies into the future of digitalization with intelligent software solutions. Our responsibility towards our society and the environment drives us to create cutting-edge solutions that allow our clients to plan, build and manage buildings and infrastructure projects more efficiently and sustainably. At Nemetschek, we firmly believe in open industry standards and open BIM and empower every user in every phase of the building life cycle with the best software solutions. As a country with the largest population in the world and an emerging superpower, India's development has been on a rapid rise. As with every growth story, this too is followed by unique challenges for the AEC industry. At Nemetschek, we have focused on the specific gaps and needs of the Indian market to create innovative software solutions. As a global frontrunner focusing on the specific needs of the Indian market, we offer innovative software solutions that benefit every stakeholder for the entire AECO life cycle. Several very prestigious projects in India were realized using Nemetschek solutions. Sangat Architect Studio, New Parliament Building, Abhikalpan Business Park, Rajkumari Ratnavati Girls School, Abhikalpan Skybay, Tagore Memorial Theatre, Ahmedabad Gufa. As we shape the world in all dimensions, we have made it our mission to become the chosen and trusted partner for AECO and digital construction. Nemetschek is committed to delivering innovative solutions to meet every challenge and beyond. Be part of a new journey towards a better BIM solution, more cost-effective than your traditional tool.
Bizim için iyi bir şirketle çok iyi bir şirket arasındaki farklardan en önemli, bizim için önemli olan konu güvenilir olmak ve işini doğru bir şekilde yapmak. Bizim temel felsefemiz bu.
Burada planlama aşamasından uygulama aşamasına kadar işverenlerimize hizmet vermekteyiz. Su yapı İngilizce'de water structure anlamına gelmekte ve böylesine büyük projelere imza atmaktayız.
Bu projeyi çok önemli yapan etken Çetin Barajı beton dolgu açısından ve RCC tip gövde açısından Avrupa'nın en büyük barajıdır. Bu açıdan çok önemli projeyi en kısa zamanda tamamladık. Çetin Barajı bulunduğumuz bölge Türkiye'nin Güneydoğu Anadolu bölgesi. Çok verimli derelere, akarsulara sahip. Burada biz yenilenebilir enerji projesi yaptık ve ülke ekonomisine bu projeyi çok kısa zamanda kazandırıp faydalı hale getirdik.
ALLPLAN BIM projelerimizi geliştirmede yardımcı oldu. Özellikle baraj yardımcı yapılarımızın tasarımında, çelik barlarla donatılmasında ve donatı açılımlarında çok yardımcı oldu. Tabii ki bunun haricinde revizyon süremizi oldukça kısalttı. Dinamik nesneler sayesinde bunu başarabildik.
Bizim ALLPLAN'daki ana ihtiyaçlarımız aslında modelden kesitlere geçtiğinizde donatı modellerini oluşturduğunuz makroların kolaylığı. Bu donatıları 3 boyutlu ve değişken yapılara konumlandırmanız için çok rahat ve akıcı bir şekilde makrolara ihtiyacınız oluyor. Bunu ALLPLAN çok basit bir şekilde sağlıyor size. Diğer programların haricinde ayrı olarak tutuyorum ALLPLAN'ı burada. Bu konforu bize sağlıyor.
Çetin projesinde ALLPLAN bize karmaşık yapıların birbiriyle uyumunu çözmemize yardımcı oldu. Ve yapıların statik hesaplarını yaparken 3 boyutlu tasarlamış olduğumuzdan dolayı yapıları başka bir programa 3 boyutlu aktardığımız için hatasız analizler yapabiliyoruz. ALLPLAN'da 2 boyuttan 3 boyuta geçmek bizim için çok büyük bir avantajdı. Çünkü hesaplamaları doğru ve gerçekçi modellememizi sağlıyor.
Su yapıyla birçok güzel projelere imza attık. Diğer bütün yatırım projelerimizde de su yapıyla çalıştık. Su yapı bizim bir alt şirketimiz değil, artık Limak bünyesinde çalıştığımız iş arkadaşlarımız olarak görüyoruz onları.
Bu projenin 6 ay önce bitirilmesi tabii ki çok ciddi bir proje çalışması gerektirdi. Bu proje çalışması sırasında ALLPLAN bize yardımcı oldu. Özellikle revizyon yapmak istediğimiz zamanlarda hızlı bir şekilde dinamik nesneleriyle bunu başarabildik. ALLPLAN'e teşekkür ediyoruz. ALLPLAN'in geleceğimiz olduğuna inanıyorum.
Das Projekt Zugersee Ost, das ist eigentlich eine 15 Kilometer lange Bahnlinie, wo wir den Auftrag hatten, komplett neu zu machen.
Die besteht aus rund 100 Objekten, Einspurtunnel, 7. Da hat man x Brücken und Unterführungen, die wir erneuern mussten. Wir hatten Stützmauern, relativ grosse Hanganschnitte, die wir sichern mussten.
Unsere Tätigkeitsbereiche sind vor allem grosse Infrastrukturprojekte, Autobahn-, Eisenbahnprojekte. Von der Studie bis zur Inbetriebnahme von diesen Projekten eigentlich, dass man nachher auch einen effizienten Bauablauf hat und dass der Bauherr eigentlich nachher auch ein wirtschaftliches Objekt überkommt. Oder? Und das ist natürlich auch wichtig für die Kostensicherheit.
Also es ist grundsätzlich mal sehr steil. Sehr steil und sehr eng.
Grosse Hangneigungen von bis zu 37 Grad.
Am Hang oben dran hat man Häuser, Strassen. Unterhalb hat man Häuser, eine Strasse und dann kommt eigentlich gerade der See. Von 1 Meter aufeinander trifft man von sehr weichem Material plötzlich sehr hartes Material an.
Und das hat natürlich auch dazu geführt, dass wir darauf angewiesen sind, dass wir ein gutes Terrainmodell drin haben.
Also ich finde eigentlich das ganze Koordinieren zwischeneinander finde ich eigentlich recht spannend. Das fehlerfreie projektieren, finde ich sehr cool, wie die Zahnräder funktionieren und auch in einer effizienten Zeit.
Planen und bauen, das ist für uns eigentlich immer wichtig, dass man auch schon in einer frühen Phase der Planung auch daran denkt, wie wir das realisieren. Wir haben uns dann entschieden, das Ganze in ALLPLAN zu integrieren. Und dass wir alle Daten in einem Programm hatten, haben wir eine massiv höhere Effizienz erreicht, nachher in der Ausführungsplanung.
Alle Daten, also auch die ganze Trasse, ganze Trassenbau, Entwässerungen, inklusive Stützmauern, Brücken. Für uns am Schluss des Projekts war es ganz klar die richtige Entscheidung, so zu machen.
Wir haben eine Lösung, die uns eigentlich für die Planung, für die Ausführung, für Hoch- und Tiefbau und Strassenbau und Werkleitungsbau. Und das ist eigentlich das, was so ein bisschen der Match ist zu unserer Philosophie und zum Programm. Ja.
Bei unserem Fall war es eigentlich für mich extrem cool zum Mitarbeiten. Plötzlich steht es draussen und die Leute sehen, dass sie anhand von diesen 3D-Modellen das Tunnelportal abgebaut haben, ist eigentlich schon noch ist wirklich verrückt, dass das irgendwie so möglich ist.
Es funktioniert so weit gut.
Und es macht auch stolz, wenn man nachher in so eine Strecke fährt und weiss, hey, da bin ich maßgeblich beteiligt gewesen, dass das Projekt zustande gekommen ist.
Ich finde es eine richtig coole Situation. Das ist ja das, was mich auch begeistert an diesem Job.
Ja, wir planen nur noch mit ALLPLAN. Ja. Das ist eigentlich unsere Strategie.
Welcome to a journey of India's dynamic growth in the architecture, engineering, construction and operations industry, an industry that is playing a transformative role in the unprecedented growth of India's economy. With rapid growth and increasing competition, Indian AECO companies are embracing innovative technologies and solutions to boost their productivity, enhance quality, lower costs and stay ahead of the curve. At the core of the Nemetschek story is a desire to go beneath the surface to understand the challenges and needs and then create a solution for it. Nemetschek has been driving digital transformation in the AEC industry for over 60 years. It is leading AEC companies into the future of digitalization with intelligent software solutions. Our responsibility towards our society and the environment drives us to create cutting-edge solutions that allow our clients to plan, build and manage buildings and infrastructure projects more efficiently and sustainably. At Nemetschek, we firmly believe in open industry standards and open BIM and empower every user in every phase of the building life cycle with the best software solutions. As a country with the largest population in the world and an emerging superpower, India's development has been on a rapid rise. As with every growth story, this too is followed by unique challenges for the AEC industry. At Nemetschek, we have focused on the specific gaps and needs of the Indian market to create innovative software solutions. As a global frontrunner focusing on the specific needs of the Indian market, we offer innovative software solutions that benefit every stakeholder for the entire AECO life cycle. Several very prestigious projects in India were realized using Nemetschek solutions. Sangat Architect Studio, New Parliament Building, Abhikalpan Business Park, Rajkumari Ratnavati Girls School, Abhikalpan Skybay, Tagore Memorial Theatre, Ahmedabad Gufa. As we shape the world in all dimensions, we have made it our mission to become the chosen and trusted partner for AECO and digital construction. Nemetschek is committed to delivering innovative solutions to meet every challenge and beyond. Be part of a new journey towards a better BIM solution, more cost-effective than your traditional tool.
Bizim için iyi bir şirketle çok iyi bir şirket arasındaki farklardan en önemli, bizim için önemli olan konu güvenilir olmak ve işini doğru bir şekilde yapmak. Bizim temel felsefemiz bu.
Burada planlama aşamasından uygulama aşamasına kadar işverenlerimize hizmet vermekteyiz. Su yapı İngilizce'de water structure anlamına gelmekte ve böylesine büyük projelere imza atmaktayız.
Bu projeyi çok önemli yapan etken Çetin Barajı beton dolgu açısından ve RCC tip gövde açısından Avrupa'nın en büyük barajıdır. Bu açıdan çok önemli bir projeyi en kısa zamanda tamamladık. Çetin Barajı bulunduğumuz bölge Türkiye'nin Güneydoğu Anadolu bölgesi. Çok verimli derelere, akarsulara sahip. Burada biz yenilenebilir enerji projesi yaptık ve ülke ekonomisine bu projeyi çok kısa zamanda kazandırıp faydalı hale getirdik.
ALLPLAN BIM projelerimizi geliştirmede baraj yardımcı yapılarımızın tasarımında, çelik barlarla donatılmasında ve donatı açılımlarında çok yardımcı oldu. Tabii ki bunun haricinde revizyon süremizi oldukça kısalttı. Dinamik nesneler sayesinde bunu başarabildik.
Bizim ALLPLAN'daki ana ihtiyaçlarımız aslında modelden kesitlere geçtiğinizde donatı modellerini oluşturduğunuz makroların kolaylığı. Bu donatıları 3 boyutlu ve değişken yapılara konumlandırmanız için çok rahat ve akıcı bir şekilde makrolara ihtiyacınız oluyor. Bunu ALLPLAN çok basit bir şekilde sağlıyor size. Diğer programların haricinde ayrı olarak tutuyorum ALLPLAN'ı burada. Bu konforu bize sağlıyor.
Çetin projesinde ALLPLAN bize karmaşık yapıların birbiriyle uyumunu çözmemize yardımcı oldu. Ve yapıların statik hesaplarını yaparken 3 boyutlu tasarlamış olduğumuzdan dolayı yapıları başka bir programa 3 boyutlu aktardığımız için hatasız analizler yapabiliyoruz. ALLPLAN'da 2 boyuttan 3 boyuta geçmek bizim için çok büyük bir avantajdı. Çünkü hesaplamaları doğru ve gerçekçi modellememizi sağlıyor.
Su yapıyla birçok güzel projelere imza attık. Diğer bütün yatırım projelerimizde de su yapıyla çalıştık. Su yapı bizim bir alt şirketimiz değil, artık Limak bünyesinde çalıştığımız iş arkadaşlarımız olarak görüyoruz onları.
Bu projenin 6 ay önce bitirilmesi tabii ki çok ciddi bir proje çalışması gerektirdi. Bu proje çalışması sırasında ALLPLAN bize yardımcı oldu. Özellikle revizyon yapmak istediğimiz zamanlarda hızlı bir şekilde dinamik nesneleriyle bunu başarabildik. ALLPLAN'e teşekkür ediyoruz. ALLPLAN'in geleceğimiz olduğuna inanıyorum.
Das Projekt Zugersee Ost, das ist eigentlich eine 15 Kilometer lange Bahnlinie, wo wir den Auftrag haben, komplett neu zu machen.
Die besteht aus rund 100 Objekten, Einspurtunnel, 7. Da hat man x Brücken und Unterführungen, die wir erneuern mussten. Wir hatten Stützmauern, relativ grosse Hanganschnitte, die wir sichern mussten.
Unsere Tätigkeitsbereiche sind vor allem grosse Infrastrukturprojekte, Autobahn-, Eisenbahnprojekte. Von der Studie bis zur Inbetriebnahme von diesen Projekten eigentlich, dass man nachher auch einen effizienten Bauablauf hat und dass der Bauherr eigentlich nachher auch ein wirtschaftliches Objekt überkommt. Oder? Und das ist natürlich auch wichtig für die Kostensicherheit.
Also es ist grundsätzlich mal sehr steil. Sehr steil und sehr eng.
Grosse Hangneigungen von bis zu 6-37 Grad.
Am Hang oben dran hat man Häuser, Strassen. Unterhalb hat man Häuser, eine Strasse und dann kommt eigentlich gerade der See. Von 1 Meter aufeinander trifft man von sehr weichem Material plötzlich sehr hartes Material an.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. We're going to get started in next couple of minutes. I'm going to request everybody to kindly settle in, grab the hot seat. Reason being, we're going to get started in next 2 minutes. Yes, you heard me right. Once again, a very warm welcome. We're going to get started in next 120 seconds.
Wie wir das realisieren? Wir haben uns dann entschieden, das Ganze in ALLPLAN zu integrieren. Und dass wir alle Daten in einem Programm hatten, haben wir eine massiv höhere Effizienz erreicht, nachher in der Ausführungsplanung.
Alle Daten, also auch die ganze Trassenbau, Entwässerungen, inklusive Stützmauern, Brücken. Für uns am Schluss des Projekts war es ganz klar die richtige Entscheidung, das so zu machen.
Wir haben eine Lösung, die uns eigentlich für die Planung, für die Ausführung, für Hoch- und Tiefbau und Strassenbau und Werkleitungsbau. Und das ist eigentlich das, was so ein bisschen der Match ist zu unserer Philosophie und zum Programm. Ja.
Bei unserem Fall war es eigentlich für mich extrem cool zum Mitarbeiten. Plötzlich steht es draussen und die Leute sehen, dass sie anhand von diesen 3D-Modellen das Tunnelportal abgebaut haben, ist eigentlich schon noch wirklich verrückt, dass das irgendwie so möglich ist.
Es funktioniert so weit gut.
Und es macht auch stolz, wenn man nachher in so eine Strecke fährt und weiss, hey, da bin ich maßgeblich.
We are starting in 60 seconds. Going to request everybody to kindly settle in. We are starting in 60 seconds.
Unsere Strategie.
Well, the countdown begins. The clock is ticking. We're going to get started in next 30 seconds. Yes, you heard me right. 30 seconds to go. Gonna roll the evening in next 30 seconds. All right, good evening, everybody. Oh my God. I wasn't expecting this, so let's try this again because somebody really challenged me. We had 2 successful events in 2 different cities, Chennai and Bombay. And one thing that I wasn't convinced with was the energy of the people, right? And because there is a famous tagline to Delhi, right? Hashtag Dilwalon ki Delhi. And somebody challenged me this morning while we were going through the briefing and download was given to me that Noor, you're gonna witness the infectious energy from Delhi Walo say. So let me try this again. Good evening, everybody. All right, let's do it in a different way, right? I'm going to divide you into 2 teams, and let's see which team is going to give better response, better energy. And I'm going to give the team names as well. So people sitting on my right, you're going to be one team, and your team name is Team Bahubali. Are you okay with the name, or should I change to Delhi Daredevils if you're an IPL fan? How many of you are okay with DD, Delhi Daredevils? That's the IPL name for Delhi, right? Delhi Capitals, okay. So which name you want to go with? If you're okay with Bahubali, you either tap on the table or you clap so that I get they say audience is the best judge. So I get a little response from the audience. With Bahubali? Okay, now because team on my right is going with Bahubali, so I have to by default give you the name Team Katappa. Have you watched the movie Bahubali by any chance? Yes? So you're okay with the name, Team Katappa? Or should I change to Pushpa, to Badshah, Amitabh Bachchan, Shah Rukh Khan? Katappa is fine? Okay. And how many of you think that Katappa is going to do a better job versus Bahubali? Katappa, you want to make some noise and show your energy to Bahubali? Let's do this on the count of 3, 2, 1, go! Lovely! Bahubali, it's going to be a massive responsibility on your shoulders to give a tough competition to our competing team that is Katappa. Let's do this on the count of 3, 2, 1, go. I'm amazed. I am super impressed with the energy. All right, on that note, I think I'm going to get started with the simplest question first, right? And if you would want to nominate yourself, if you want to go ahead, my first question is that, what is your one expectation from this event, from this gathering? So you want to go first? All right, I thought you raised the hand to answer my question. Anybody else? Otherwise, I have to give the points to... Okay, here we go. A very good evening, sir. If you could start by introducing yourself.
Very good evening. This is Rejoy from the German Engineering Federation, VDMA. The purpose of my coming is to, in very simple words, know the unknown.
That is something we should consider this as a tagline maybe for the next event. Brilliant answer out there, sir. I think you also raised your hand. Okay, anybody else who would like to share their response, their feedback? What is one takeaway that you want to walk away with? What is one expectation that you have from this event? Or otherwise, I'm more than... Yes, sir.
Yeah, hi, Avijit there from KEC International Limited. So basically integration.
Integration.
Right.
Lovely. So did I see you raising your hand? Anyone out here? Anybody else? We have got 2 responses from Team Katappa, so you are standing at 200 points and 0 points for Team Bahubali. You need to gear up and give some answer. What is your takeaway? What is one feedback? Or what is your expectation from this event? Anyone from Team Bahubali? Katappa is standing at 200 points already. Anyone? No one? Or I'm more than happy to shift gears now. Now, I want to know that how many of you are on Indian passports. If you have an Indian passport, you need to tap on the table. Well, lucky you guys. If you don't have an Indian passport, then the next challenge is for you. Who do not have an Indian passport, if you could tap so that I get a quick understanding. Lovely. I have a challenge for this table. Okay? I'm going to teach you an iconic dialogue in Hindi. You know Hindi? The widely spoken language in India, right? So who wants to go first? I will teach you something in Hindi. And have you heard are you familiar with the Bollywood industry? Have you heard about Shah Rukh Khan? Have you heard about Amitabh Bachchan? Shah Rukh Khan, yes? Okay, lovely. Then maybe I can... He has a good accent? Okay, sir, then if I have your permission, then I would like to start with you. Let's start with the dialogue. Or maybe I can teach you the simple thing like I mentioned earlier. Hashtag Dil Walon Ki Dilli. Do you think you can repeat this?
Give me the mic. Dil Walon Ki Dilli.
What do you think? 10 on 10? 10 on 10 for the performance? Yeah? Okay. And so you mentioned that he's a Shah Rukh Khan fan. Are you a Shah Rukh Khan fan? For sure. For sure? Okay. I'm going to teach you an iconic step of Shah Rukh Khan. All right? For that, I'm going to request you all if you could stand up. Lovely. Now, this is the famous pose of Shah Rukh Khan. Yeah? Both the hands. Yeah. That's the iconic step of Shah Rukh Khan. And have we captured this moment? This is going to be the iconic moment that we have just created in Delhi, Dil Walon Ki Dilli. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for our heroes. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being such a sport. Lovely. Okay, on that note, are we good to start? I know you had this day, very hectic day. You were at your work, and how much we appreciate you being here this evening. So first things first, if you are good to roll, if you think we can get started, make some noise or tap on the table or clap, anything, so that it gives me the confidence we are good to start. Lovely. Well, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started with the event. As we have gathered here like one family, like one heart, like one beat. And there we go.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
I want all of you to feel like Shah Rukh Khan right now, or Gauri Khan for the ladies. All right, on that note, let me introduce myself in my signature style. Namaste, Sat Sri Akal, Adab, and a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute honor, and it gives me immense pleasure to welcome each one of you to Reimagine, where I am going to give you the platform, where we're going to give you the platform to imagine and reimagine infrastructure BIM. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Noor Khan, and I'm going to be your host for the next couple of hours. Like I said, it is a platform where we're going to innovate and construct. A platform designed to foster innovation and excellence within the architecture, engineering, and construction industry in India. On that note, let's not forget, and let's start the evening with the blessings of Almighty. And on that note, I would request our leadership team to kindly join us on stage. May I request you all to kindly put your hands together and help me welcome Nirmalya Chatterjee on stage. Sir, if I may request you to kindly join us on stage. May I also request Eduardo, Jad, Gregor, David, and Raman to kindly join us. Well, we must not forget the significance of lighting the lamp, blessings of divine energy for prosperity and abundance of positivity. In the glorious country, India. And on this momentous day, on this momentous occasion, we have got the leaders in the house who have joined us on the stage, and we're going to get started with the lamp lighting. And once again, thanks to the wonderful audience in the house for joining us on this special occasion. Once again, thank you so much, leaders. I'm going to request you to quickly come together for a quick group picture. They say all the beautiful memories should be captured in the camera, and that's exactly what we're going to do next. That's what we are doing now. Well, thank you so much, leaders, for joining us. I'm going to request you to kindly take the seat. And at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, I must stress on the point that Nemetschek Group is a leading global provider of digital solutions for AEC, architecture, engineering, and construction. We have been helping customers around infrastructure projects, allowing users to optimize their workflows from conceptual design to construction and facility management. On that note, I'm sure that you would agree with the fact that there are people, there are leaders who we look up to, who help us to do more, achieve more, and dream more. I'm going to get started by inviting one such leader on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and help me welcome our Managing Director, Nemetschek Group, Indian Subcontinent Business, Nirmalya Chatterjee on stage.
Thank you, Noor. Thank you very much. Good evening, Delhi. I'm so sorry we started a little late. Reason behind is many calls has came to us, our team, that people are stuck on the roads. So we decided that, okay, we will wait for some time, but we cannot prolong it for the long. So those who are still on the traffic jam, probably they're going to join late. But let's start this evening. Before I go into deep dive into what Nemetschek and why Nemetschek is doing this show, I wanted to ask one question to all of you. Before you received the invitation from our office, how many of you have previously heard about the Nemetschek name? Can you please raise your hand? Okay, very good. Many of the hands raised. So Nemetschek is the one who is making a big revolution throughout the world. And in India, we have also started for the last 1 year. May I now ask, how many of you have heard about a technology name called Blue BIM? More hands raised. How many of you have heard a technology product name called SDS2? Okay. So the good point is now, do you know that this Blue BIM is a part of Nemetschek Group? Do you also know that, those who have raised your hand, that SDS2 is a part of ALLPLAN? So this something probably many of us not been aware of, and it is our now job to make sure that you all understand that all these technology products, some of that you're already using it, is already from the Nemetschek. And it has been, for many years, you have been using it. That is why Nemetschek India has opened their office to make sure that our users become more closer to us, and we will be able to serve them much better on that. We wanted to move further on this today's session, but before I do it, I'd like to again emphasize one aspect, that today we are talking about infrastructure BIM. The why we chose that theme, why we decided that the word infrastructure BIM. The reason probably lies that we all may agree infrastructure is the backbone of any country's development. Now, if you have seen those who are from the construction industry, design industry, architectural industry, you will probably agree that we all spend our energy, our utilization of technology when it comes to the design phases. But when it comes to the construction, we probably have not adapted the technology the way it needs to be. And we have seen that infrastructure development has been a boom in India. It is the third largest construction market globally. So we have also seen that recent Government of India budget, the emphasis has been given on infrastructure. It's a PPP model, state versus center model, all importance has been given. But how we can achieve this, how we can make sure that all the planning of the infrastructure development can be actually get successful. It can only be possible if we address the major key challenges. The challenges are the complexity of the projects, how we can overcome that on executing it on time. And the second most important is how we can address the quality of the deliverable. These are the two aspects. How we can bring a good technology which can address to the constructible part of it. Yes, it is important. BIM is very important in the design phase. BIM is very important in the architectural phase. But equally, the BIM is important to bring that into the construction phase. And that's where the Nemetschek is taking this initiative, that we are saying that we are the company which starts from the architectural space to the end in the construction space, and we don't live in between. We carry this entire BIM workflow process from the start to the end of it. That's the context part of it, and when we talk all this end-to-end product, we all know that it needs to be a one integrated platform. Somebody was raising an hand, the expectation is an integration. And that's exactly what we are here for. The ALLPLAN is the technology, the company which is giving this, the ALLPLAN as a technology, it is integrated with many solutions together. Whether it is an architectural part, conceptual design, to a design phase, to a construction phase. So ladies and gentlemen, let's have a glimpse of ALLPLAN. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the design to build is what ALLPLAN is all about. I wanted to share with you during our events in Chennai and Mumbai, when we asked about the audience, what do you think about this infrastructure? Which are the projects you think that is an infrastructure? Some people say it's a road, some people say it's a bridge, some people say it's a tunnel. For us, infrastructure is on everything. So if it is a city is building an infrastructure, its building part of it, its factory, everything comes into that. So what we are going to address today is how ALLPLAN technology can take care of whether it's a precast projects requirement, whether it's a bridge requirement, whether it's a building requirement, or it is a simple structural steel requirement. All those combined together can be addressed in one platform and one technology. The other thing that when we asked in Mumbai and in Chennai, that how many of you are in construction, and many has raised their hands. And I asked how many of you are still using 2D based platform for your drawing requirement. And many hands was raised. And I'm sure many of you are still using 2D drawings for your construction requirement. And when I asked, okay, if you wanted to move to 3D, what you need to do? So there is a fear factor. I have been using 2D for a quite long time. I have a job pressure. I have an execution pressure. How can I learn 3D so quickly? So that is why I'm still continuing to working in the 2D. The interesting thing that today you will learn here in our show from our colleagues from overseas that ALLPLAN is the technology through which if you can still continue working in 2D and you work on 2D, you can see it in the 3D. So gradual process. So it will going to help you to adapt the 3D based workflow while still you're going to work on the 2D platform. So that's the good adoption part of it. Globally has been seen, and I'm sure in India also it's going to be seen. So let me talk about a little bit about the Nemetschek as a group. Many of you have raised the hand that you knew about Nemetschek. So Nemetschek is a German headquarter company. It is 60 years old, and we are a public listed company. We are addressing into 4 verticals in the market, starting with the planning and design to build and construct, operate, manage, and media and entertainment. We probably today not going to touch upon the media and entertainment. We have a huge business portfolio into that. In fact, in the show is talking about the Bollywood. Many of the Bollywood sessions and editings and other aspects has been used our Maxon software. So that is our media and entertainment. But today we are going to address the AEC segment, architectural, engineering, and the construction part of it. So Nemetschek, as a quick shot, it's a near to $1 billion company this year. We have yet to publish our records in the month of March end. We are having 4,000 plus employees globally and 7 million plus user base. And as I said, it's a 60 years old company. It's not a new company. Probably we are the one who has been pioneer in the BIM space. That's the Nemetschek company has been globally innovating different technologies on that. And we are now came to India to make sure that the Indian construction sectors is getting benefited based on the Nemetschek technology. So how it has been invented, Professor Nemetschek, who is a professor in architect, has invented 60 years back this company. And today it has taken into many shapes. The one aspect which I like to highlight here, that every one of us are familiar that AI is the boom right now. Everybody talks about it. Every technology company will talk about it, AI. But maybe very few companies will say like us that we believe AI is going to change. We believe AI is important, but we also believe that as a technology company, we need to be an ethical AI adopter. That's where the Nemetschek differentiator are. We are the technology company who believes that better utilizations of AI should be for the user's benefits, but it has to be ethically adapted. And that's why many of the Google experts has joined now Nemetschek to drive into that direction. Construction industries facing challenges is all known to us. If we talk about it that, okay, there are delay in the 90% of the project, there are wastage of the materials, there are the projects which is ending the life cycle of it, so that means it needs to be demolished and then the new project needs to come up on that. Then there is a wastage of the materials. All of you will agree. And maybe the last one also, the shortage of the manpower in the construction space, the AEC space. Recently, my daughter passed out of 12, and I was asking her that, okay, which engineering stream are you going to take? And she was saying computer science. I was not able to convince her to go into mainstream with the civil mechanical part of it. If this is the trend is going to happen, then how the skilled resources is going to be available? All of you probably agree with that, right? So what Nemetschek is trying to do in India and globally too, that whatever the engineering mainstream students are available, they are being taught with the theoretical aspects. How about making them aware of what is the best technology it is available, so that when they passed out, they become the skilled resource for other commercial company to adopt it. Other challenges, we are not making a lip services. We believe that we as a technology company has a responsibility to give back to this industry. And that is why all our technology today, you will going to see and experience that we are addressing all those challenges of the construction phases. And we believe that if we are addressing 1% of each of that, it makes a lot of value proposition for our customers. Example, if in your project, if the wastage of the material is just 1% saved, how much is going to make an impact on your ROI, on your balance sheet? Imagine that. If it's a 1% of your project delay, it gets saved because of Nemetschek technology usage, how much is beneficial for you? And this is where our focus remains, that how we can address all these industry's challenges through our Nemetschek technology. I already talked about it, AI, and you will see today in the presentations from my overseas colleagues that how AI integrated within ALLPLAN technology is going to benefit the users community. What we are doing, as I talked about it, from the entire life cycle, unlike any other technology company who are focusing either maybe a general-based 3D modeling tools, which they claim that it is going to do for everything. We differ to that. We believe that if you are an architect, your requirements are different. You are a creative guy. How can a generalistic 3D modeling software can be fit for an architect's requirement, can be fit for an engineering requirement, can be fit for the construction guy's requirement? It's not true. You will be able to see that the intelligence within the software has to be driven on the specific requirement. And that is why we are the only company who address from the start of the projects to the end of the projects with all the stake of all the softwares that Nemetschek holds as an ownership of that. Then we also know that India is a very price sensitive, and while before this session started, many of people was talking with me and say, hey, India, your cost is going to be very high. I said, no, it's not true. In India, we are making a very, very attractive India-centric pricing, number one. Number two, we are dividing this market into 3 segments, and each segment, we are giving a flexibility options to the users to choose what is the solutions that is required for your need, for your project's requirement. We are not in the believer of that you're going to bundle up all the solutions together and push it. We are giving an options to the users to choose what solution it is required for your project, and accordingly then you can adopt it. Now comes to the ALLPLAN, which is the main talking point today. And may I ask any of you that if you know any technology in that space, in the construction space, whether it is doing a design to a construction part of it, can address the whole life cycle, starting from the tendering stage to a design stage, to a bar bending schedule stage, to a detailed drawing generation stage, to a construction management part of it. And that's the beauty of ALLPLAN. That's the beauty of ALLPLAN, that it's taking care of the entire requirement of the cycle. Complexity. Many people in Mumbai show and in Chennai show has first, before they seen our product, they said, hey, we are into bridge projects. And bridge is very complex because there are different type of bridges. And we agreed, and he said, yes, challenge well accepted. Let's see what ALLPLAN can do for you. Most of the times that we have seen when the people are involved in the bridge projects, they're more focusing right on the analysis and the design part of it. And when we talk with them, they said, that's important. But how about the construction? Is your present solutions that you are using, can that address the entire construction requirement? Can that solutions be placed, the entire all rebar details there? Can it generate the construction drawing there? Can it manage the phase-wise construction there? Can it be possible in the same technology that you will be able to address the sustainability factor for there? And then they realize, no, it's not possible in the technology that we are using it. And today we are going to see in our ALLPLAN bridge session how ALLPLAN is making your life easy when any type of bridge projects that you are doing. Lastly, many of you has raised the hand when you said, are you aware of SDS2? And as I said, SDS2 is a part of ALLPLAN, and this is purely for the structural steel detailing. You might be using any other detailing solution, but you will be finding that SDS2 is the only solution in the structural detailing space which will give you much more flexibility. It will give you, the more importantly, the connection design inbuilt. You will get a connection design inbuilt within an application and then get a fabrication drawing generate out of that. So that's going to help you, and again in a very cost-effective way. These are some of our global users that they have been using it. This is just a partial list. Many of them are also having offices in India. And that's the purpose of this Nemetschek opening an office in India, is to close relationship with those companies, along with that all other user base. So you know that it's not the new product, it is not the new technology, it has been globally used for the many, many years, and many, many bigger companies are already ALLPLAN users. I talked about it, about the resource, and it is the evidence here. You can see we have already started in the last 1 year. Many initiatives has been taken. For example, we have started the first thing in Mumbai. The JJ College of Architects has become the first center of excellence of Nemetschek, where all the architect students are going to be trained on the Nemetschek technology. We have then tied up with the government of Tamil Nadu, ICT University, and there hundreds of the affiliated colleges of ICT are now adopting Nemetschek technology. We have also in the northern part, we have now signed up an MOU with Lucknow University. And under the Lucknow University, all the engineering colleges are going to be trained on Nemetschek technology. We are now also talking with other few VTU and other universities too, where we're going to invest huge amount of dollar on the software providing to these universities to make sure that they learned our software. And we are not just providing software, we are training them. We are making sure that Train the Trainer program is being properly conducted on those universities. So maybe in the next year or so, you will be able to, when you need a resource or known on Nemetschek technology, you will be able to get a huge resources pool into the market available for you. Today, I have a great pleasure and honor to have my colleagues from different parts of the Europe and the US. They have been kind enough to join us in India, and they're going to talk about today about each part of the deep dive within the ALLPLAN technology. I'm not going to talk more onto them on how they're going to do it because it is their subject line matters, but I wanted to say a very heartfelt thanks to all of my overseas colleagues. I know it's how difficult it is that going to travel all the way from India, and then again in India, they are traveling from the different cities on that. They may be tired, but I'm sure they're going to do a job better today at the last phase of our seminar. With that note, thank you very much, everyone. Thanks for coming here. Let's the show begin from here onwards. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Banerjee. Without a shadow of a doubt, what a phenomenal start. And thank you so much for setting the context as well, where you have left us with a thought-provoking thought process. And let's not forget the question that was asked right in the beginning, that what does infrastructure mean to you? It is the pivotal pillar and the most important backbone to any economy. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to request you all to kindly put your hands together and help me welcome our Chief Product and Strategy Officer, ALLPLAN, Eduardo, on stage.
Hear me, everyone? Good evening, everyone. And thank you very much for hosting us here in Delhi. I think it has been a great journey through the country. We landed a few days back in Mumbai, and then we went to Chennai, and now we are here in Delhi. And it's great to be here. It's an honor. It's an honor to be back to India. Some of our colleagues is their first time. I have been many times before, but it's always great to come back. And for a number of reasons, right? As NC was mentioning before, there is a huge investment in infrastructure in India, and we love working with a lot of the companies here that have been delivering projects across Europe and around the world for the past many years. So today and in the next couple of months, we want to work with you, and you will see that that is the point of the whole presentation. What I'm here to do and to share with you tonight is a little bit about ALLPLAN. What are the solutions within our portfolio and our stack? How do they work together? What is our vision? And on the second half of the presentation, I would like to talk a little bit about the future and what we are investing on. So today we are building the new generation of solutions for the AEC industry. Of course, artificial intelligence is one of the core portions of that technology, not only, right? There's a lot more than AI, but we want to share with you guys a little bit about that. And more than sharing, we would like to invite you to build that with us. We believe that artificial intelligence and both trustworthy and ethical AI is not built by technology companies alone. It's built by the industry together with technology companies. Why? Because what we are trying to build is an AI that helps you do your job. But the reality is you know how to do it. You have the data and you have done many projects over the years, and that's exactly on that data that we need to train that AI. So we need to do it together. And that is our approach to AI. It's very different than a lot of the other tech companies that are in the market. You will hear many of them saying that they are building AI, and if you use it, you are sharing your data with AI. What we are saying is that we want to build it with you, and then we can take it to market together. But I will show you a little bit about that. I wanted to first tell you a little bit more about ALLPLAN and how do we work, where do we operate, what types of projects do we do. So just going back very quickly to the slides that NC showed earlier, this is where we sit within the Nemetschek group, right, in the design and planning division of the group. But as he mentioned, the way we recognize ourselves and our vision for ALLPLAN and the projects that we deliver are designed to build. All of our solutions are to help architects, designers, and engineers to take designs into construction. So you will see that a lot of the projects that we have, they look very real because they are real. They are bridges, tunnels, buildings, parking lots, airports, stadiums, all types of infrastructure that have been built. All of the projects that you will see today that we share, myself and my colleagues, they have been built. And that is the biggest advantage of ALLPLAN. Of course, we can talk a little bit more about the rest of the group, but let me just go back to another slide that you saw before. And just to give you a little bit of context, we have massive challenges in our industry. We understand those challenges, and they are not challenges only in India, they are global challenges. So in every country in Europe, but also in the Americas, in every market where we operate, we hear about labor shortages. It's very difficult to find good architects and good engineers. It's very difficult to deliver projects on time as they grow in complexity, they grow in size. The time to deliver them becomes smaller and smaller, and we need to do that with less money. And of course, we still need to sort out our carbon emissions as an industry and reduce waste. So they are all big challenges. But we believe, as a technology company, that the best way to solve them is through technology, is through innovation. And we believe that the best way to do it is by learning from our data and reusing it. So avoiding the waste of data that we have from project to project and making sure that we connect people within those projects. And to maybe better illustrate that, we believe that planning and design has to be connected to the whole life cycle of a building. So we will talk a lot today about planning and design, but the reality is that all of the data that you are generating within ALLPLAN or bringing from other tools into ALLPLAN to then deliver your steel, precast concrete, rebar detailing, or cast-in-place projects, all of that data you can take through into construction and then later on into operation of those assets. So we also have a digital twin platform within the Nemetschek group that you can then make the most out of that asset through its life cycle. Let's just go back to ALLPLAN in that space. And maybe the first thing to mention is that the Nemetschek group is 60 years, or just above 60 years, as MC mentioned, but it started as ALLPLAN. ALLPLAN was the first company of the Nemetschek group. We were actually called Nemetschek, and then we changed that name into ALLPLAN. And since the beginning, we have been a company dedicated to innovate and deliver technology to architects and engineers. We are very proud that ALLPLAN is made out of engineers. The vast majority of our colleagues in the company, not only the colleagues that develop our software, but also our sales colleagues, including one of our colleagues that is here, Ramon Steins, are engineers. They came from the industry, and they help our customers be successful. We also have architects, we also have construction professionals, we also have a lot of people from different backgrounds, but we are very proud that the vast majority of our team is made out of engineers, both structural engineers, but also mechanical, civil, and all of the other disciplines of engineering. So what do we want to do? Well, we want to innovate that whole process of design to build. We believe there is a lot to be done there. And why do we want to innovate there? Well, we want to innovate there to make sure that you can be more productive, that you can deliver projects faster, right? But also more safely, right? We will talk a little bit tonight about structural analysis, which is one of the spaces where we have solutions. We won't focus too much on that because we are not growing that solution yet in India, but it's one of the areas that we work on quite a lot. And the last one, of course, eco-consciously. So we want to make sure that you can analyze your designs, optimize them, and deliver them with less material or with the right material to reduce carbon and make sure that they are efficient for the market. Well, where are we? Of course, we are extremely proud to be in India, now with our own offices and our own team that can help you with training, with content, with your projects. But we have also been across Asia. We have multiple projects that we can talk about over the years. We have been in India also for a long time. We have a big foothold in Europe. It's our core market as ALLPLAN. And then, of course, we have also been growing the US and other markets over the years. Before I jump into product, which is the part that I like to talk the most about, I just wanted to talk a little bit about Open BIM. Why? Because that is part of our DNA. Right? As I mentioned before, Professor Georg Nemetschek, that created the group, was a professor. Right? He was an engineer, he was teaching all of his students, he started the company, and he has been working together with us for the past 60 years, right, in building new innovation for our industry. But from the beginning of the first versions of ALLPLAN, we have been very supportive of openness. We believe that our users should be able to use the tools that they like to use to solve the challenges that they have to solve. And we believe that Open BIM is the only way to do that. It's the only way for us to connect the right people to the right data at the right time. So since the beginning, we have been supporters of Building Smart, and in every iteration of IFC, we were in the definition of that IFC format. We were one of the first adopters. We were certified first. Right now, we are working on IFC 5, by the way, if any of you guys want to talk about it, the new generation of IFC. And all of that is because we believe that the data is yours. And the reality is many of the suppliers and many of the tech companies in our industry believe that that data should be locked and you shouldn't take that data anywhere. And we don't agree with that. We believe that the data is yours and you can take it anywhere. And you can link that data to anyone in the industry. And that's the only way that we can really generate value out of BIM. So, all of that is to say that we are trying to solve 3 problems, right? Or we are focusing on 3 value propositions as a company. Number 1, we are trying to make sure that you can make, and everyone in the AEC industry can make the right decision at the right time based on data, as early as possible in the process. We have all heard about, and that is across any type of project, infrastructure, buildings, commercial or not, where either A, we have to rebuild models a lot, right? Because when we exchange data, we have data cliffs between applications. We hear that all the time from our steel detailing customers that they receive models from other applications and the quality is not really there and they have to really build that model again from scratch. We hear the same thing on our infrastructure solution, ALLPLAN Civil, that they receive data from other applications and the quality is not there and they need to rebuild it. Same thing with the construction site, right? There are multiple projects where components are delivered, right? Steel, structural steel or precast concrete is delivered, and when we try to build, it just doesn't work. And that's exactly what we are trying to avoid, right? Is to make sure that based on data and based on good, well-developed software, we avoid those issues from day one. So you will hear in some of the videos and some of the use cases that we'll share today that within ALLPLAN, we build the safeguards to avoid all of those data mistakes and issues across the whole life cycle of the project. Second one, we believe to solve those problems, one of that we mentioned before, waste and delivery of projects on time and on budget. One of the best ways to do it is to take that construction away from the construction site into a more controlled environment within a factory. We believe that is already in place in many markets around the world, including here in India, via precast concrete and structural steel and steel projects. And we have been working within those spaces for many years. But now is the time for us to really grow it. When we look at all of the housing challenges that we have around the world, including here in India, and think about all of the hundreds of thousands of houses we need to build in the next couple of years, the only way for us to do it sustainably and limiting our cost and delivering on time is by taking a lot of those components into a factory, fabricating them, serializing it, and then of course bringing that to site and just assembling them. So what we are building is a full digital platform that connects the detailer, the fabricator, the designer, the architect, the construction professional, and they are all working on the same BIM model, on the same data from the beginning. And then the last portion is that we believe that that data offers a lot of value during the construction stages as well, and beyond, into operation and into all of the life cycle of that building. So we want to make sure that we are using that BIM model, right? And again, BIM is a lot more than just a model. It's a lot more about the data behind each of the components within that project. So we want to make sure that you can access it, share that data, and connect people through that data. As I mentioned before, our whole purpose in life is to improve that design to build process, right? To make sure you can take your designs into construction. These are the solutions that we have today within the ALLPLAN portfolio, right? Starting with ALLPLAN here on the top left-hand side, going through structural analysis, our collaboration workflows, our infrastructure modeling and detailing, our precast concrete, and our steel detailing solution. All of them are connected, and as NC mentioned, we can go from some of them to all of them and beyond, including Nemetschek Group solutions as well. We'll just look at it in a slightly different format here. This is one of the ways that we present it, right, as a whole portfolio. You will see we go with our solutions through every stage of the construction process, right? Starting with conceptual design, which we can either start from scratch in ALLPLAN or ALLPLAN Civil, or we can import that from SketchUp, from Revit, from AutoCAD, from anything else in the market. We go through structural analysis and design. We will talk a little bit about it today, but not too much. We go through detailed design and fabrication planning, and then we take all of those deliverables into construction. And of course, we connect it all with our data platform that I will also talk a little bit about. Another way to looking at it is a slightly more detailed one, right, where we look at every single one of those steps and stages through the process, and what are the products and solutions that we have within those steps. But I would like to show you what these products look like. So let me start with our common data environment, our model management solution. There is BIM+. This is a static image, but you can imagine this is a web-based platform. And the reason why I only have an image here, not a video, is because you will see tonight a couple of iPads on your tables, and after, when we are having drinks and eating, please take a look. You will see that within that platform, you can navigate your projects. You can drill down into the detail of your rebar detailing, understand all of the different components of those projects. You can also review all of your 2D drawings associated with those projects. You can overlay them within the models. You can synchronize your data between Bluebeam, for the ones that raise their hands and are using Bluebeam, directly with ALLPLAN. You can do clash detection. You can collect all of your issues and do your issue resolution process. You can exchange that data. You can connect with other applications. You can do everything that you need to deliver a good infrastructure or building project. And much better than just showing you a video, please take a look at the iPads. They will be circulating. I think we have 4 or 5 over the next couple of hours. And please, play around with it. Don't worry about breaking any of those models. All of the projects there have already been built, right? So we have a bridge, we have a building, we have a steel project. They are all built already. So please feel free to play around with that data and ask any questions. We are happy to talk about it. Then let me go very quickly through the products that we are talking about. We will look at them in much more detail and how do they fit into the Indian market and some of the projects that we have here. And then, as I mentioned before, I'll jump into AI. Starting with ALLPLAN. ALLPLAN is the BIM platform from ALLPLAN and the Nemetschek group. Here's where you will find all of your modeling and data workflows. I just wanted to very quickly show you what it looks like. So this is ALLPLAN. ALLPLAN audience, right? It's a very modular solution where you can adapt it to your needs and customize the whole interface, but you will find all of your different views, and of course you can go through any different type of projects there. I'd like to share one project is a radiation clinic in Stuttgart in Germany. Why are we sharing this one? Because from the beginning, they started it as a digital project, right? So from all of their requirements, through conceptual, detailed design, construction, they follow the whole thread of that project digitally. And it's a great customer, and of course we can share that use case with everyone here in the room. Second one is the Puskás Arena in Budapest. It's one of the largest stadiums in Hungary, 65,000 seats. And why is it a great project? Well, because this for us is exactly what OpenBIM means. In this project, not only ALLPLAN was used, but also ArchiCAD, which is another application from the Nemetschek group, Solibri for all of the checking of that project, and solutions from outside of the Nemetschek group. So Revit, AutoCAD, and other applications as well. So we are very proud of this project. Very quickly, I'll go through structural analysis. We have one solution called SIA. SIA Engineer is a full 3D model, finite element method analysis solution. So you will see this is the interface. Yes, it looks extremely clean, and this is exactly how we built the product. So it's super easy to learn. It has been in the market for a long time. Some of you might have seen it before, particularly for projects in Europe or in North America. And it is a product that we will be bringing into India over the next couple of seasons. Next one is Frilo. Frilo is similar to SIA in many ways, but it's focused on specific components, beams, columns, and different components within your project, where we go and do different types of analysis and calculations on each of them. It's very specific for Germany today, but we are also working on bringing that to different markets around the world. Next one is DC. Here what we do is all of the geotechnical engineering and all of the soil analysis for your construction project. Again, we have multiple components to analyze all of the different requirements for construction. Good thing is that for this one, we already have multiple users across Asia that use the application. And then, very quickly, one of the projects that we are super proud of is this Super Hub in Meerstad in the Netherlands. Why are we super proud? Because if you take a look at it, it's actually fully structural timber within that project, which is one of our differentiators, that we can do analysis of structural timber, which is a growing type of material in Europe. Again, we believe in multi-material as a solution stack, so we believe that in the future we will work not only with steel and concrete, but also timber, composite materials, and different arrangements of materials, of course, depending on the market and depending on the availability and carbon cost and delivery times. Next, we talk about civil. We will have a full presentation about civil, but of course the focus here is any type of infrastructure project. Not only bridges, as we have been mentioning, and NC mentioned very well earlier, but also tunnels, dams, roads, and other types of infrastructure. We have a couple of examples here. We will watch a whole video. Well, actually, it was playing earlier, a video about Azerbaijan. This is a great project as well. It's a Evros Bridge between Turkey and Greece, also known as the Friendship Bridge, delivered by one of our customers. And the beauty here is that they have done the whole project using the ALLPLAN stack, so ALLPLAN Civil, ALLPLAN for all of their detailing, structural detailing and analysis, and then of course BIM Plus as well. Beyond that, if we go into detailing, ALLPLAN has a wealth of solutions, right? ALLPLAN itself, the core BIM platform, is a solution for rebar detailing. It's a market that we have been serving for many years, and the project that you see here in the image, you will hear more about it later on from my colleague, is the EPR2 nuclear power plant. It's the new generation of nuclear power plants in Europe, done by EDF. Why do we like it? Because it's extremely complex, right? But ALLPLAN can be used all the way from simple projects into extremely complex ones. Beyond that, we also have construction workflows, so the full construction site and soil modeling for your construction, plus all of your formwork planning, formwork schedule can also be designed and detailed in ALLPLAN. Beyond that, if your project has steel, of course, we offer SDS2 for detailing and exchanging data with your CNC machinery and communication across stakeholders and planning for the construction of super complex structures. Same thing with precast concrete, right? It's very similar to SDS2. We can convert projects into precast components and then have fully automated deliverables production out of that data. So extremely detailed, and maybe the next image is better to show it, but extremely detailed and construction-ready drawings. Not only construction site, but also manufacturing machinery inputs, right, as we will hear later on from my colleague. There's a great example project in France, Saint-Malo, a residential complex, fully precast and fully done with ALLPLAN. Second one, Thermoplan in Switzerland, also fully digital, connecting both BIM Plus and ALLPLAN precast. But last topic, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the future. Everything that I showed so far is the products that we have been using. You will hear a lot about the projects that we have delivered together with customers in a minute. But I wanted to talk a little bit about what is happening right now. And we are investing in research and development of products and a lot into innovation. How do we do it? Well, we partner with universities. I think NC mentioned some of them here in India. But George Nemetschek, the founder of the Nemetschek Group, has created an institute that finances innovation across some of the leading institutions around the world, starting with an AI-focused research center at the Technical University of Munich that has a network of other research centers around the world. And we are partners with those research projects. So a lot of what we see came from the academia, working together with the industry and with technology companies. So where do we see AI impacting our current solution stack and the AEC industry? Well, first of all, we believe that AI is a great tool for accessing knowledge, as we have all seen with ChatGPT and with Perplexity and with some of the other models that are available in the market. It's great at reading through books, standards, and a lot of content and data. And we believe that that can really help us as a co-pilot to find that data very quickly. So we'll see in a second, how do we convert that into a solution? Well, we have created a chatbot that sits on your application and can answer to you questions about the standards of the market where you're building, the types of projects that you're building, how to improve that project, and so on. Second thing that we believe AI is great at is helping project information management, right? So finding the right data, organizing that data in a consumable way, and presenting that data to the user. Of course, it's also great at content generation. You have seen many of the models available today for image generation, right? Or text to text, image to image, text to image. And we will show you what we have built based on that. And it's definitely one area that we are growing a lot. But our current target, what we are really trying to build, and what we need your help to build, is a full design optimization solution based on AI. And what is the whole idea here? Well, it's to solve some of those problems that we mentioned before, optimizing that design for energy consumption, for types of materials, for cost, for delivery times, but also helping you travel through that project and optimize that design as we are doing it. So enough talking about plans, let me show you what it looks like. So this is our AI visualizer in ALLPLAN. What you're seeing here are all images generated by our AI chatbot in seconds. We can also do interior design. And what does it do? Well, first you feed it some very dumb geometry, right? Like a 5-year-old can go and draw a couple of boxes, or you can export it from ALLPLAN directly, you will see it. You give it a couple of prompts, what are you trying to achieve? And in a few seconds, there you go. It's still very image-based, right? And prompts, of course. But as you will see, you can also define different graphic styles. You can also define different types of architecture, different locations, different backgrounds, different materials in your project. And you can vary that design by the hundreds or the thousands in the order of minutes, not hours or days or months. This is a little bit of what it looks like. So this is ALLPLAN, right? You have your model. What you do is you take a snapshot of that specific project. Here, very simple, right? A housing complex. And you just provide a little bit of a description of what do you want to achieve. What are you trying to design? In a few seconds, it will generate for you some rendering. You can vary that rendering in many different ways over time. If we had more time, we could talk a little bit about how does it do it, but we can talk also later on about that. Next one I wanted to share is our chatbot, as I mentioned before. So what is the ALLPLAN chatbot? Well, is a chatbot, right? Similar to what you would find with ChatGPT or Perplexity. But what we did is we created that model based on AEC industry data, right? So we trained it with our help guides, with our APIs, with our code, with the different standards of different markets around the world. And you can ask any question about our products to it, but also about your own project and about the market where you're trying to deliver that project. The chatbot will go through the references that it has, will answer the question, and will give you the links to all of those answers. Why did they answer the question in that way? And of course, you can give the chatbot feedback, right? And say, this answer is not good, didn't help me, or yes, it helped me, and then it will learn and evolve together with you. Another super cool thing you can do is you can also share documents with the chatbot, right? So you can input a whole schedule of rooms, for example, on a project, and you can ask the chatbot to help you organize them, sort them, change the file, recreate it, adapt it for your specific needs, and it can also give you the description of which standards do you need to follow based on the location where you are. So to be very simple, you can go and say, hey, chatbot, I'm building a school in Delhi. Can you please tell me which standards do I need to follow? Or what should I worry about? And the chatbot will give you a specific number of references, both on structural analysis, construction, delivery, design, architecture, and so on for that specific type of project, right? That's exactly what we're trying to build. And here's the next step. We're bringing that chatbot into the BIM platform. So very close to the work you do every day as a designer or an architect. Not to be an autopilot. We don't believe in AI being an autopilot in our industry where you go and say, hey, AI, give me a building. We believe in it being a co-pilot, right? Working with you to expand your capacity, right? Where you go and say, hey, AI, do this boring work here while I'm doing what I really want to do, right? Like either design or analysis, or hey, can you test these different designs for me? Or hey, can you compare this to a project that I have done 3 years ago? Hey, can you transition this project to another location? What would it look like? And so on. So this is a little bit about the future, what we are working on today, what we would like to invite you to be part of. We are more than happy to discuss in more detail about it. My colleagues will also present more of ALLPLAN, but that's it for me for tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Eduardo. And if we can, I'm sure that audience may have questions. Can we accommodate 2-3 of them in the interest of time? If you have questions, please raise your hand up. We'll walk up with the mic. There we go.
There. I think she has a microphone.
Yeah, hi. So my question is that thing, in these platforms, say for examples, if we have some projects and using different softwares, okay? Specifically for, I can explain for a railway projects. For the geometric designs, we're using some softwares, say InRails. For your bridge designs, we are using Midas, okay? So for the specific models, can we integrate in this particular platform to get that result to do a integrated 3D models and views? Is it possible? First question, that is.
Look, the simple answer is absolutely yes, right? Because a lot of our users in the structural analysis space, they use more than one tool, right? A lot of the engineers across Europe will use more than one analysis solution. So a lot of the SIA or Frilo users are also using Midas, Sophistic, RFM, STAD, and anything else around the world. So we want to make their life a lot easier, right? And you will see that across multiple applications within the Nemetschek group, and we will hear some of the use cases there, either on the structural detailing, so all of the rebar detailing, you can connect to something that we call SAF, that is our data exchange format, that is fully cloud-based already, and you can connect that data across multiple applications in the market. So STAD, you can connect it to Sophistic, you can connect it to Midas and other applications. On the civil space, where Sophistic, or no, you asked about Midas. Midas is one of the players here in India. We can already exchange data as well within that space. So the answer is yes. We can already do it, and we are happy to show you what it looks like. And that shouldn't be a barrier of adoption for our applications or for theirs, really. We have been working together with them for quite a while.
My next question is that if we don't use Midas or anything, if I want to use ALLPLAN software itself.
That would be great. Let's do it.
Now, next question. So few applications like your rail structure interactions or some specific applications of seismic loading, wherever that your seismic load has to be converted into masses and to put in the lump mass in itself on the nodes. So that kind of integration, so that kind of detailing can be there in this platform. Or if I do any changes anywhere, so can it be reflected throughout the alignment?
It would be great if we could understand a little bit better the workflow, but in general terms, the answer is yes, right? You can bring your analytical model from most of the solutions available in the market into our application, and you can detail based on that data that you're importing. So we have multiple users that already use those workflows today.
Okay.
But we can discuss in more detail maybe in a second. I think we had one other question here.
Okay, thank you.
Before the guys kick me out, sorry.
Thank you so much, sir, for that brilliant question. We have a token of appreciation. And we'll take one more question in the interest of time. Please go ahead.
Sure. So basically, I just want to know, like we have a CD, Common Data Environment for ALLPLAN. So does it used for the data sharing, or it can be used for real-time platform as well?
So it can be used for, when you say real-time, what is the application?
Real-time sharing, like if I am working on Revit, so multiple team can work on the Revit on the same file.
Yeah.
So can we do that here?
So the beauty of ALLPLAN, the answer is yes, right? So what you can do today is you can reference data that is in that common data environment, so the model management platform, directly into ALLPLAN, and then you can operate within that space or generate new IFCs, which is the super cool thing about our platform. But beyond that, you can also connect data from Revit into ALLPLAN using that workflow. So the answer is both. You can access your own data within that model management tool, or you can also use that actively within a current project that you have.
Okay. So like if you have time, like I have one more question. Apologies if I'm not taking too much time. So basically the question is, do we have integrated BIM collaboration platform connectivity with ALLPLAN as well? Like can we connect with Revisto and BIM track?
With Revit and what is it?
With Revisto and BIM track. And BIM track.
BIM track.
Basically, the reason why I'm asking this is these softwares we use for the design changes and the issue highlighting and sharing it like at a live platform, so that everyone can be well aware about all the situations at real-time synchronization.
So what? The answer is yes, right? So what we do today with Revisto, we have multiple customers that also use Revisto, is you can exchange that data based on IFC, and we can synchronize all of the issues based on BCF. Right, so both fully building smart and IFC based. We do have customers that do it today. Of course, you have to synchronize that data, right? But we are working with them on a direct integration, and then you can just set up your scheduling to do that. But more than happy to discuss that workflow in detail.
Sure, thank
you. So thank you very much. Before they kick me out, please let's talk over drinks. So thank you very much, everyone.
Well, thank you so much, Eduardo, once again. And I'm sure there are a lot of questions. Our speakers, our leaders are going to be around for you to network with them during the session that was mentioned earlier. And before I invite the next speaker, I think I would like to give you all the credit that you are the pioneers, you are the leaders, you are the innovators, who are playing such an important role in this sector. So please take the credit. I want you to give a huge round of applause for yourself for being the leaders in this particular sector, or we can do something different. You can raise your right hand up and give a pat on your back. The choice is up to you. Thank you. Lovely. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next segment is quite an interesting one because we're going to share a visual story on the fully integrated solutions for a seamless design to build workflows. And I'm going to request our next speaker, Jad, to kindly join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Jad.
Okay, is this on? On? Yeah. So hello, Delhi. Thank you for having us. It's been an exciting few days. We arrived, as Eduardo said, a few days ago. We visited multiple cities. It's my first time in India, and judging by the energy I saw in each city, it will not be the last time, of course. And of course, the amazing food we had will definitely not make it the last time here. So today we're going to talk a little bit about ALLPLAN. Of course, you're all here to learn more about ALLPLAN. And to talk a little bit how we can help you start building tomorrow today. We have seen across the different cities that we have visited amazing infrastructure projects. We have seen it all over the news. Everyone's talking about it. India is already the third largest construction market in the world with the highest growth rate as well. So a growth rate reported close to 10% year over year. So we know that there are amazing projects that are being underway here. We know that roads will be built, highways are going to be built, bridges, tunnels, but also hospitals, hotels, residential buildings, schools. All sorts of buildings are going to and projects are going to be undertaken in the next few years in India. But of course, all these projects will make us think that, okay, we need to improve our workflows. We need to improve the process that we are designing and the process of the construction. That brings me to talk a little bit about the challenges that faces us. So there's already, first of all, there's already an increasing complexity. Projects are more and more complex, whether it's bridges and buildings. We have more and more complexity surrounding our projects, which makes us the need of using the right solution more and more important. The second thing that I will highlight is the cost optimization and shorter deadlines. We know that currently, this is a global number, that 80% of the projects are above budget, so it's very difficult to limit ourselves or to finish a project within the budget, the defined budget. And many of the projects, so 25%, and it can be much higher, are not finished on time. So we know that it's very challenging when we set a construction timeline that we're able actually to meet that construction timeline and that deadline. And the biggest challenge as well of them all is, and I believe that it also, so it's all a loop actually, it's all linked, all the challenges are linked together. So the tracking of modification, it's never, so designing and construction is never a linear process. We never go from one step to another linearly. It's always changes and updates that are happening. Different disciplines and different models are being constantly updated and changed. And it's very difficult to keep track of all of those changes and making sure that all the drawings are updated as well and reflecting these changes that are being made by the different stakeholders. Of course, this leads me to another big challenge, which is the lack of coordination. So the disciplines are very fragmented. Models are being built separately. Each stakeholder, whether it's an architect or engineer or at the construction side, they all have different models, which makes it very difficult to be able to plan correctly, define or find the errors before reaching the site, and it makes it very difficult, of course, to be able to keep and meet the timeline. Of course, I'm not going to talk about all the challenges and spend the presentation talking about challenges because we're here to present you with a solution. So how can ALLPLAN help you build India's future today? So first of all, ALLPLAN, we talked a little bit about it. So it's a multidisciplinary solution. As you saw in Eduardo's presentation, it can handle simple projects, but also highly complex projects. It's very known to be able to handle big and complex data, so big projects with a high level of detailing can be handled by ALLPLAN. So here you can see in one project, for example, we have actually a city with multiple projects, not only one project, but you can see from buildings to water structure. So this is all actually in one big model, able to handle all of it and really be able to view all the model to every single level of details can be controlled within one model. So why ALLPLAN? So first of all, as I said, it's one solution. So one solution that fits actually all your needs. It's suitable for all type of construction, bridges, tunnels, buildings, steel and concrete. Whether it's simple or highly complex. It can easily process large-scale model data quickly and securely. Second is we talked about 2D and 3D, but at ALLPLAN we like actually to highlight the possibility to work the way you want. So ALLPLAN supports, of course, 2D functionality, so you can use ALLPLAN as a 2D. Of course, today we're going to highlight a little bit more why using a BIM workflow is more important as well and can actually lead you to that significant productivity in your workflow. But so to come back to it, so ALLPLAN can handle, of course, 2D, but can handle also 3D and full-oriented BIM workflow. The third reason why ALLPLAN can be the solution for you is the productive cloud collaboration. So we talked about collaboration. I think there was also some questions about collaboration and working on the same model. So ALLPLAN can be, with ALLPLAN, you can work on the same model with multiple users anywhere at any time. Of course, this is a list. I'm not going to talk about all of it, all the points. But just to mention a few, ALLPLAN is, we witnessed that ALLPLAN, compared to other competitors, has a very long, very short onboarding process. So it's very quick to get started with ALLPLAN. Once an ALLPLAN user, always an ALLPLAN user as well. So another level that I would like to highlight is the precision and 3D reinforcements, which I will talk about in every single use case that I will showcase later on, because I'm going to show you a little bit of real-life cases, real cases. So the precision and 3D reinforcement is definitely one, and reliable earlier cost estimate. So with ALLPLAN, you can also have earlier cost estimate as well to your to your project. So to start, so this is ALLPLAN. Eduardo, we saw that in Eduardo's presentation as well. So you can see that you have different types of views with ALLPLAN. So it fits really. You can change them into what fits really your needs and your projects. So you can have your 3D view, but you can also have a 2D view. And both views are, all views are actually all linked together. So if one reinforcement is highlighted in one of the views, it will be highlighted in all the views. So you can really easily be able to know what's happening in your model. We have a dynamic bar bending schedule, so no more spending time really going into our old 2D workflow, making sure that with every update we're updating our bar bending schedule. It's automatically updated here with the mark number automatically as well generated. Stopped working. Voila. So easily track and view reinforcement in the model. So we can, thanks to the property panel, but also thanks to the different views, we can easily select any bar or reinforcement, and we can easily see it as well in the model and be able to do any modification that we want. And of course, from these sections and views, we can easily generate drawings, and drawings that are dynamically updated as well with every modification. We have a saying at ALLPLAN, so anything that we can model, we can reinforce, and it's easily to reinforce any type of model or element in ALLPLAN. So whether it's a 1D reinforcement like a beam or a column using the automatic reinforcement, for example, or if it's a surface. So here, for example, in this example, we have just a slab, and we can see, for example, how we can directly reinforce it using a mesh area and defining the hooks that goes with it as well. So we can easily reinforcement in both directions, and it will automatically detect, of course, the openings in the slab. So if we have any openings, it can be automatically detected. We can, of course, choose between different types of views. So we can see on the right side, we can see actually the reinforcement, while on the left side, we can see, for example, just our reinforcement show in a different view. We also have, of course, for customized and repetitive tasks, we have what we call Python parts. So Python parts is an API that we write. So we have already predefined library, but we also can create our own. And here we can see, for example, that with our Python part, we automatically detect the opening, and we can add the reinforcements surrounding the opening. And thanks to our dynamic bar bending schedule, with one click, we can see here all the reinforcement and the bar bending with all the reinforcement that are in this view. Of course, as I mentioned before, when we modify it, it's automatically updated. So we mentioned easily create your 3D reinforcement. So any shape, regardless of the shape, we can model any types of shape, and we can reinforce any type of shape. So whether it is a slab, as we saw before, or a highly complex bridge, a curved bridge, we can also reinforce that with ALLPLAN. And we can easily also do any types of modifications. So thanks to direct object modification within ALLPLAN, we can just simply put the mouse over reinforcement, and we can simply just change either the diameter or the spacing or any types of information. 3D freeform modeling. So in ALLPLAN, we have also 3D freeform modeling, which is the possibility to easily create any types of shape. We know that, as we discussed, projects are more and more complex, so we see all kinds of shapes now and weird shapes in projects. So we can easily have any shape that we want with ALLPLAN. I mentioned this before, so views and section, I will mention it again. So the possibility to be able to easily create from the 3D model sections, and these sections will be reflected, of course, or will be linked to our 3D model and can be easily updated, and we can control the model from these sections. So everything is live and dynamic. I will show this later on in a video. So I will start with the second part, which is really highlighting some success stories. So, and to show you 4 projects. So I'll show you 4 projects, and at the end, 1 success story, recent success story. In these projects, in these 4 projects, I will highlight really why ALLPLAN was essential for the success of these projects. So as you guessed it, we talked about cost and budget. So all these projects were finished on time and on budget. And they were really a success story. So they did not only use ALLPLAN, but they are a testimony really of how can ALLPLAN help you improve your workflow. So first of all, the Tamina Bridge. Tamina Bridge is located in Switzerland, as you can see. It's the largest arched bridge in Switzerland with a span of 265 meters. It had some challenges for the construction. So of course, it's a very beautiful bridge. But it has some challenges due to the geography and the location of the bridge. And this is why it was essential for them to really evaluate the feasibility, so the construction stages of the projects, making sure that, okay, how can we really efficiently construct this project? And that's one of the ways that ALLPLAN actually came into play. So we can see that they used ALLPLAN to simulate, so they simulated different model, but this is the way that the model was actually, the project was actually built. So you can see here how they simulated all of this within ALLPLAN. So even with a temporary structure, they were able to simulate it and really see how will the project be constructed on site. That was shared, of course, with all these different stakeholders. So here we can see only the geometry, but even to the latest details, so to the most detailed reinforcement was actually modeled using these with construction stages, with the different construction stages. So how did ALLPLAN help this project? So it helped them because of the 3D precision of reinforcement. So the possibility to be able to detect any clashes beforehand, before it's actually sent to site. That's one thing. Second thing is the feasibility. So using the ALLPLAN, they were able to really simulate the different construction stages and make sure that the feasibility of the project is okay and safe. The second project is the dry docks. So the dry docks in Oman, so 2 gigantic dry docks. They might look maybe simple when we look at them, but they are actually highly complex, and I will highlight later on why. And initially, they wanted to use this the ALLPLAN just to model the 3D, just to have the 3D model. They wanted to have the 3D model with the reinforcement to be able to have the quantities, to be able to easily have all the quantity takeoffs from ALLPLAN, and to be able to detect the clashes. So they wanted to try ALLPLAN, the 3D model, to be able to detect all the clashes before it's actually sent to site. And you can see it here in this video where they can able to zoom in to every detail, to every reinforcement, to be able to really see all the levels. And they shared that between the different teams. So that was 2 teams actually, one in Korea and one in Oman. And they were able to work all together on one project. They used also ALLPLAN because of the building structure. So building structure will allow you to really organize your project and organize your work the way it fits your needs. So you will able to really see it maybe here. But what I would like to highlight is that we saw here the walls. Although we think that the walls, for example, are the same, they were actually not. So each different segment of the wall had different details. And that's why it was essential for them to be able to build their structure, have their model in a way where they can easily select a segment and they can able to zoom in on it and really see every single detail from it. But once they built the 3D model, they actually started using the section and the views, and they were able to quickly have their drawings. So they decided as well to go ahead and use ALLPLAN during the whole life cycle of the project. So they did not go to their previous way of working and working in 2D and building their drawing and having their drawing and deliverable in 2D. But they actually used ALLPLAN because of the fact that with every change that they made, and when they needed to make a change, everything is automatically reflected in their drawings. So to sum it up for this project, why ALLPLAN was important? Because it allowed them to be able to model every detail of the reinforcement and be able to detect clashes before it went to site, and of course for the drawings capabilities with ALLPLAN. So if we go to the third bridge, or the third project, Versamertobel Bridge, it's also in Switzerland. It's a very beautiful bridge. It was built actually to replace the steel bridge that is, you can see it behind it in the picture. So we're talking here about the concrete bridge, not the steel bridge behind it. The steel bridge is an old bridge that is actually out of service. They wanted to replace it with a new one. And that's why, and they used ALLPLAN during the whole life cycle from design to construction. So the main reason why they used ALLPLAN is, of course, for the capability of the high level of drawings that they were able to provide with ALLPLAN. So they were able to really create sections along the bridge and be able to see all the drawings for the tendons as well. And if I zoom in, the clicker, okay. And you can see here, everything was really generated from ALLPLAN. I will let my colleague Gregor later on show you all that possibilities with ALLPLAN Civil. So how ALLPLAN helped? In this case, one of the reasons why they also used ALLPLAN was tackling steep and complex terrain. So you were able to, thanks to the DTM, so the digital terrain modeler, be able to model also the terrain surrounding the bridge. They also were able to avoid any reinforcement clashes, same as the others, and they were able to benefit from the powerful drawings capabilities of ALLPLAN. The last project is the flyover bridge. So it's a bridge in the Netherlands. So it was a project that was initiated by the government to solve a lot of traffic that was in the Netherlands. So it's multiple projects that were underway. One of them is the flyover. It was a highly complex project because it's a double curved geometry. So we see that it might be straightforward, but it's actually variable cross-section. All the projects that we saw actually before were with variable cross-section. And one thing that was actually very particular with this project, and the reason why I chose it, is because the construction timeline was actually very short. So there was only 1 year for the whole design phase and a little bit less than a year as well for the construction. So it was a very tight schedule, and I decided to use it as a BIM, BIM test. So they really wanted to test BIM. It was the first project where they really tested BIM during the whole life cycle, of course, so the whole BIM workflow. And they did a test, for example. They tested the curve, the section on a curve, along curve with ALLPLAN. So they tested that to compare how easily can I get to the same quality of drawings and details as a 2D drawing, for example. So here they did the comparison with a previous section that they built. So the section that was, so that you can see that we're comparing with is a 2D section that they created before on another tool. It took them 6 hours, and you can see here with ALLPLAN, it took them, so I don't run the video completely here, but of course it took them 15 minutes to be able to really simulate the same section within ALLPLAN. So we're talking about an increase of productivity, and we're talking about 25% faster generation of the sections. They also liked ALLPLAN, so this is also something that I talked about, but we're going to show it here in a video. So we talked about having 2D and 3D, but having a section in 2D in ALLPLAN, it's always linked as well to our 3D model. So we can see here that 2D and 3D are actually always very linked. It's not like we choose, do we want to only do 2D or 3D? They are always very linked. If we select one, the other, the 3D model is automatically highlighted as well. And we can see here, for example, we selected in the section, and it's immediately selected as well in the 3D model. We can also see it in the objects as well with the mark number 9. So all these mark numbering are generated automatically. We can see here it's 5 diameter 20, and we can see that the same selection is happening all along the other sections that were created as well. So of course we can directly modify it as well. So if we modify here, for example, we can modify the diameter or the number of reinforcement that we have. Here we change it to 7, and we can see that change being reflected immediately, whether in the 3D model or in other sections that were created. Of course, it's the same dynamic change that will happen as well for all the drawings. So no more really being able to going to every single drawing, making sure that, okay, we change it and go to every single section that we have created and change it manually. It's all directly done within ALLPLAN. So don't just meet the deadline, but beat them, and that's what they did. Using ALLPLAN, they were able to not actually finish the project on time, but finish way ahead of time. And they say that it is only thanks to ALLPLAN that they were able to do that, because really it provided them the one solution where they were able to have one single source of truth covering all the life cycle of the project. And I'm going to share just one quote from the head of BIM at Movares, the company that built this project. So he shared, we share a vision with Nemetschek, an end-to-end planning with a joint building model using building information modeling. So to highlight really the importance of having one model and how one model and choosing the right solution can really boost your productivity. With that, I will go to my last slide, or my last part of the presentation, which is a recent success. So EDF is the Électricité de France, for those who don't know it. And why I want to talk about it is that, so first of all, what was the project? The project is, you know that France is investing in the nuclear sector. So currently there are 6 new nuclear reactors, so the second generation, the new generation of nuclear reactors that are being built and approved by the government on 3 different locations. We're also expecting 8 others to be as well adopted, but for now 6 are already in the planning phase. So it's a strategic project for France. Of course, it's essential for ensuring energy security, but also it contributes to the carbon neutrality goals by 2050 for France. So how did the need for a new solution come from, or why? What was the real project for EDF? They noticed that they had a very lengthy process when it comes to handling different model. They noticed that they're losing a lot of time checking different model coming in from different stakeholders. Noticed that there were a lot of errors on site, so they were not able to really keep track of all the modifications. And they wanted to avoid that with these new reactors that they were going to build. And they wanted to have something that they could easily replicate and streamline all their workflow. And that's why initially the need came from. So they said, okay, we want to adopt an open BIM mentality, so a tool that can easily communicate with our other solutions as well, but a tool that can be really one single source of truth. So they started benchmarking the different software vendors, so different solutions out there. I'm not gonna name them, you know all of them. So they really looked at the whole market, what are the different solutions that were possible. After the first phase, they started a test phase with the few that were chosen. And of course, you know, or you guessed it by now, of course, they chose ALLPLAN as a solution and signed the contract and a deal for 20 years with ALLPLAN to really do all the PR2 projects. So the 6, but also if we have, when actually the 8 new reactors will be done, that's going to be also used with ALLPLAN. So we're talking about EDF and all the ecosystem, of course, and subcontractors with EDF. So why did they choose the solution? Because it's an integrated BIM solution, one single model for civil engineering. They chose the solution for its clash management capabilities, of course, the possibility to detect clashes before it's actually sent to site. So and that's why it's very important to be able to have one model, one single source of truth, detect all the issues before actually it's sent to site. And they wanted all of that plus having a solution that is really, that has an advanced reinforcement detailing capabilities. And ALLPLAN really provided all that. Plus, of course, a proven track record for large-scale projects. We've seen it, I think, with some of the projects. We have a lot more as well. Gregor will share as well many more. We have a lot of large-scale projects, and ALLPLAN is always used for because it's known for, it has a reputation for handling and being able to handle large-scale projects as well. So with that, I'd like to end my presentation by telling you really by sharing with you that we're not here to show you a product. We're here to show you really a solution that could change completely your productivity and boost your productivity by really giving you a solution that is with quality, that will allow you to finish your job faster, and that will save you time. So I hope I was not too long. I think I finished on time with enough time for questions.
Well said that. We already have a question. Let's quickly pass on the mic. And I must say, Jared, what an appealing visual story.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Jed. You know, whenever we finalize any design, it goes under a lot of iterations, lot of collaboration, you know, goes into this, and lot of versioning control. So how we are using the technology in versioning control of this?
To be able to control
design,
the different...
To finalize the design, all the collaboration goes into that. So how we are controlling the versions?
Well, that's very important question. And so, as you said, there's a lot of changes that are happening. What's important is to be able to really track these changes, and ALLPLAN will allow you to have this, to be able to track all these changes within ALLPLAN, and with the solution that we have with BIM Plus, for example, we can have this cloud platform where everyone can actually be able to collaborate together, communicate together, because we believe that if we remain everyone working in silos, we will not be able to really achieve what we want to achieve, because everyone wants to achieve the same result at the end, finishing on time. That's how the project is successful, but also how every single stakeholder is successful and everyone is successful. And that's, so we have different solutions, of course, from clash management, from the possibility to be able to track changes as well, to be able to help our customers have that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the question. We'll take one more question in the interest of time. There we go. We have one more. The front row.
I would appreciate if you can show some capabilities of it when it comes to 4D and 5D. And more specifically for a linear project like railways. I could see some visuals in the earlier presentation by Eduardo, in which there were some railway sections which are shown. And in a linear project, you know, what matters more is the planning and you know, taking care of the what do you call the you know, along the, you know, which runs into hundreds of kilometers.
Yeah. So I think part of what you're asking will be answered later on by my colleague Gregor in terms of linear projects. But in terms of planning, of course, we have partners that we partner with, and we have our cloud solution on BIM Plus that will give you these possibilities. Of course, with the time here we have, we will not be able to show all of that, but happy to discuss with you afterwards in the networking event. But that's something, of course, that we can support.
So you're the lucky one. We are making an exception. You can go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. Hi, Jai. So basically, the rebar thing that you were showcasing. So as a daily user of a BIM and a digital lead looking after the deliverables, and so my major focus, like how the size of the model and how efficient it has to work with the hardware platform, how it is going to impact, because the other OEMs have, when we load, like start working on the 3D rebarring thing, so it starts lagging, right? And then we have to go back to them, ask them, look, these models are not actually working, right? Generally, we while planning the BP and all, writing the codes, protocols and all. So most of the time we have to make our models short, right? We have to keep our model up very specific with the sizes. But when we put rebarring, it cannot be done in separate file. It has to go with the structure file, specifically with the particular area or the location. So, and in that particular time, what happens? So how you, what are your thoughts in that one? How it is going to help us?
So one thing maybe, I highlighted quickly in my presentation. Of course, I couldn't really spend too much time on it, but Probably the tool that you're using was not ALLPLAN. I know that that was one of the key points under benchmark that EDF did when comparing, and they wanted. I mean, when we talk about nuclear sector, we know that it's projects with a lot of reinforcement. There's a lot of capabilities there, and it's very important to be able to handle these complex projects. We know that when projects are too complex, for example, with other solutions, it can be very difficult to be able to open the project. It takes time. So ALLPLAN is very powerful in handling multiple files and big projects that will actually, and that you will see, for example, it will benefit you, and it will not be, you will see that it's very powerful to be able to handle these kind of projects. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chad, once again for the captivating presentation. All right, I like the idea how well the audience is reciprocating, and I must admit and I must say that the best audience so far compared to the other two cities we have had, right? So kudos to all of you. In order to continue the drill, what I'm going to do next is, before we get started with the fireside chat, I'm going to give you two unique opportunities, because you have been asking the questions. Now it's my time. I'm going to be the Karan Johar for next couple of minutes, and I'm going to give you the opportunity to answer the questions that I'm going to ask next. Now, here is a creative element that I'm going to add, is if you know the answer to the question, what you need to do is, you need to say, her, like in heavy Amitabh Bachchan's voice. Her, okay? Only if you follow this golden ground rule, I'm going to give you the opportunity to answer the question, and we have an interesting goodie bag to walk away with. Are we ready? I'm going to get started with the simplest question first. And remember that Katappa already have 200 points in their bucket, so I would request Bahubali to gear up. My first question is, this is called filling the blank. Nemetschek is in the market, like how old the brand is in the market for dash years. Okay, you have been the closest one sitting to me. So sir, I'm going to give you the opportunity. 25 years? Okay, I'm going to take 3 best responses. Okay, the one, if in case, now everybody is doing ha ha ha. I think everybody has been on Google now. Okay, now, if I don't get the right answer, I'm going to give it to the person who is closest to the right answer. Okay, so who is the loudest one? We should do an activity now. I should give an up count, 3, 2, 1, go, and everybody should do the ha ha ha together. Yes, sir. Sir.
60 years.
60 years. I'm going to lock in your answer. We have 25, we have 60. One more opportunity.
65 years.
65 years? Okay. The best. Okay.
60 years.
60 years. Let's continue the bidding. Okay. Like I said, if I don't get the right answer, I'm going to give it to the person who is closest to the right answer. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Okay. We have got the answer here and 2 there, right? Please put your hands together and give it up for, because the right answer is 60 years. All right. Where's the goodie bag? Let's quickly give the goodie bag. Here we go. And people who didn't get the opportunity in the first round, this is quite a heavy goodie, sir. All right. Thank you. The next question is, our headquarter is situated in... Okay. I'm getting confused, right? Karan Johar is supposed to play the round fairly without being biased. So what I'm going to do is, now you need to stand up and then say, her. Okay, so that whoever I catch it first, I'm going to give the opportunity to do. Okay, let's do this. The headquarter is situated in... Okay, I'm going to give it to the person who is sitting in that corner. Yes, sir. Germany, I'm going to lock in that answer. I'm going to park that answer. Sir, is it the same answer or a different one? Cut, copy, paste. Okay, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, indeed, Germany is the right answer. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to come back with 3 more questions where you will get 3 more opportunities to walk away with the goodie bag. But in the interest of time, let's quickly get started with our fireside chat. And our topic is pioneering the next era of infrastructure with advanced BIM solutions. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to request our Head of Marketing and BD Nemetschek Group, Mr. Shankar, to kindly join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and help me welcome Shankar on stage.
Good evening, everyone. Hope you're having a great time. And thank you, Noor. You've been amazing. Thank you so much. So, without wasting much of the time, we thought we'll have a kind of a fireside chat discussion on how BIM can speed up our infrastructure in the country. So, the goal of this discussion is kind of you look around you. So there are a lot of infrastructure activity going on in the country, and the questions we are tackling today are how do we build smarter, more sustainably, and more efficiently. So that's where we are going to develop on in today's discussion, and we have two BIM powerhouses sitting next to, will sit next to me, and we'll discuss with them how BIM can help the infrastructure adoption in India. So firstly, I would like to welcome Mr. Amitas Sambodhi. He is the head of BIM and digital delivery at TIPSA India. He leverages BIM tech to streamline workflows and enhances collaboration. And Amitabh isn't just building kind of structures, but he's shaping the future of AEC industry. And visionaries like him are pushing the boundaries what's possible in the construction. So thank you so much for joining us today, and welcome, Amitash.
Thank you.
Please. Next up, I'd like to invite my colleague, Ramon Steins from ALLPLAN. He's the sales director of ALLPLAN. He's a BIM specialist, and he spent over 2 decades across the globe talking to people about BIM, how BIM can help efficiently improve their workflows, processes, etc. So he's an expert. So Ramon, please welcome. So, to start with, Amritesh, so in your experience at TIPSA, how have BIM changed the adoption for Indian infrastructure right now?
So, in TIPSA, BIM is being started since 2008, 2009. Company started working on BIM. Our headquarters in Madrid started working on BIM since 2008, 2009. And now almost every project is BIM compliant. And one of the example we have in India, UPMRCL, we are the general consultant to UPMRCL for Agra and Kanpur Metro. And there we are working on BIM completely, the entire deliverables till IFCS stages. It's coming on BIM. Now we are focusing on the O&M part for that particular project. Because government also thought of pushing BIM through metro projects in India for the rapid design submission, review process to be streamlined. Mm-hmm. Generally, when we go with the conventional method, it takes ages. Right. We have the Indian Railway, one of the example, right? Or the highway projects. Earlier, it used to take ages to get the things streamlined. Now, I can say that with the BIM, it actually prioritizes the things really quick. You don't need to go from door to door to get your drawings signed and approved, right? You can just send your drawings, your models, reports in just one single click, and person is liable to get the things done, send it back to you for approval process. Of course. So one thing that BIM has curtailed the time. For me, I generally, I have been working on BIM platform since 2013, 14. It's almost 12 years down the line, I've been working on BIM platform. And from interiors to heritage archiving to metro projects, currently we are working on tunnels and railways, highway projects, mixed use and all. The only factor that I think BIM is solving is risk. proportional to risk. The more you increase the BIM, the more you decreases the risk. Risk is associated to every small execution stage, to operation and maintenance stage, right? You need to simulate the things. Hey, there are people sitting in the hall still having how to start on BIM, right? You say like how to start things on BIM.
Yeah.
And one day your BIM guy is absent, entire office gets shifted to 2D. That's the normal practice that we have been seeing like 5 years back, it used to happen. But now, since major infra projects in India, it is mandated by the government. Thanks for the clear vision, even Niti Aayog started pushing the BIM. In 2021-22, they have published a report based on this one that BIM has to go. And then there are companies like the financial institutions across globe. They want their project to be done on BIM just because to reduce the risks. And we don't need BIM for our own home, but when there is a multi-billion projects happening around, you need to go through each and every minute details. Of course, you need to reduce your cost. You need to reduce your resource time and deliverables. Of course, everyone wants things to be done on time or before time. Like, imagine a project ahead of its time, still in budget. You can do it through BIM, you can do it through digital twinning, you can do it through the situation what we are talking today.
Agreed. Wonderful. So, Ramon, from a global perspective, how do you think India's journey in BIM has been? And how do you think ALLPLAN, from ALLPLAN technology perspective, how ALLPLAN helps?
Yeah. Actually, when I was thinking about that question up front, you go to India, status of BIM in India, actually, some complete other thing came to my mind. Let's be honest, anybody who has the assumption that BIM in India is an unknown thing and maybe a buzzword, that's nonsense. That's absolute nonsense. Maybe BIM is invited then in the States. I guess that's where it came from, and good adoption in the UK and in the Nordic countries in Europe. But in all of those years of existence, India already played a role. I'm sure that we have many people in this room tonight, and that was also yesterday in Chennai and on 2 days before in Bombay, who have done so many projects with American contractors, with UK contractors. So that means that all of the BIM projects that have been built in the world, many big projects, actually have been executed here in India. So it's nothing new, it's here, it's alive, it's working. I think the real question should indeed be how to scale the BIM workflow in India itself to all of that projects that needs to be delivered in the upcoming time. So if I hear the numbers, 100 airports to be built in 5 years and maybe 1,000, 1,500 hospitals in the upcoming 5 years. So the scale, that's so tremendous. And let's say that all top companies and even the layer below are all doing that. At least everybody is working in a 3D environment. So the level of BIM and the full integration, the collaboration, and all of the challenges that come with that, yes, that needs to be addressed. And believe me, that's in India not different than in any other part of the world where people maybe tell that they are so advanced already, same challenges still. But that's the real question, I think, how to scale it, how to scale that knowledge that is already available, how to scale it throughout the whole of India. So, and that's then the topic of education, that's the topic of spreading the word, that's the topic of keep organizing seminars and keep inviting people that have done it to reach that multiply effect.
Yeah.
So I'm actually amazed, and the questions, what we heard already coming from the audience today, very advanced questions that go into a much deeper level than the initial question, what is BIM, and is it a software, is it a process, what is, no. Hey, and amazing things are already happening, but to scale it and to get that knowledge in the whole of the country, and all of those projects, that's maybe the biggest challenge. But it will come, for sure. The other thing is, when we speak about BIM in itself, and maybe you can confirm, and well, I'm talking nonsense, you also should say that, but creating the model on itself, that's not the goal. So in the end, what is needed, that is proper documentation. In the end, we still build from the right deliverables. That can be drawings, that can be reports, that can be all kind of documents that need to be created. But what we should do is indeed, and that's that factor risk again, so to bring all of the stakeholders together, upfront, there where you still can influence the quality of your project.
Right.
And that's indeed in the design stage. So build a digital twin upfront, take care of all the issues that are there, and don't leave it to the construction site, because that's the problem already since so many years, that you notice far too late that there are so many mistakes still there. Take that upfront into the design stage. We have to, me coming from ALLPLAN, we have to take care for the technology. And the technology is on a level fit for purpose. Does the trick. Yeah. To answer the question you asked, how to work with those enormous models indeed, and because the more rebars you put and the more elements you put, the laggier the project went. Technology can do it. In our software, we solve that with a multi-file system. We have lots of projects where you work with 50, 100, 150 engineers at the same time, dividing that project in all small snippets, and everybody works on only that snippet. No need to load that full model, because yeah, for sure, then you have that performance issue. What I want to say is, the technology is there, so that's fine. To educate on that technology, that's also a thing what we can do. Collaboration between all of the different platforms and all of the different technologies, that can maybe be a challenge. That's also the reason that, at least from a Nemetschek perspective, we truly believe in that open BIM philosophy. We cannot enforce the whole world to work with our solutions. We would, but we can't. So that means that you have to create that environment, open BIM, in which that every stakeholder can talk to the other one using the software of choice.
Interesting. Taking on that point, Amrita, so like he said, a wider BIM adoption is a problem. When you said that larger projects where the capital expenditure is very high, government is still kind of saying that, okay, go for BIM, funded by, let's say, World Bank or ADB, these projects should have BIM to minimize the risk. But what are those challenges you see which is still hindering for that, or restricting for that wider adoption?
So, as of now, if I say, like when we are talking about the large infrastructure, the giga projects, like in India, for example, if we look after the bigger picture of like having 5 multiple airports coming up, right? Or if you take an example of Mumbai Coastal Road, it's huge, right? Humongous project going on, or any bigger metro projects going on, being funded by the large banks. So the major hindrance what we see, like I agree with him also, that we need to have the technical know-how. These days, even in the colleges and all. So if you ask a 10-year, 15-year experience guy, they are very much adaptive to the technology.
Right.
Since the technology came in India and they started working. But the people having 35 years of experience, they are still a bit hesitant to look into the things, because of they have been looking for straight 25, 30 years on 2D drawings. They are much more focused on what to do, correct?
Okay.
And when you like transition, always everyone feels very bad. Like a 15-year experienced guy, much smarter than you, understood? Like,
yeah.
If I say, usko zyada aata hai. Correct? So this is the one thing that it actually pulls that thing. It's actually, there is a stress-strain graph. When we are talking with a person having 35 years of experience as an expert, he has to look into the model. He has to look into the drawing generated from the model. Having a mindset of around like 60s, 70s. So that is the major thing. People don't want to change. I have faced this kind of situation in one of the project here in India, the talk of the town in Delhi,
Okay.
running between Delhi Merit, right? So the entire common data environment was set by me, myself only. I was the senior project consultant in 2019 for NCRTC. I had that particular thing, that strain was there. I have seen personally people having 35 years, 40 years of experience don't want to. But again, you need to be very polite to make them understand, no sir, look, you are going to the king on the next day, you just need to give me half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours to get the things. The technical know-how is the one constraint. Otherwise, I don't think design sab ko aata hai.
Yeah.
Right? Everyone knows the design, everyone knows the codes.
So, what are your thoughts on collaboration? So, he said that mindset is something which is very important for BIM to be adopted widely. Second, on collaboration. So, from upstream to downstream, there should be a collaboration, or else these large, massive projects cannot be performed or cannot be executed in the timeline or the time frame what the end user or the client expects. So, from ALLPLAN's perspective, how are we solving this?
So yeah, when you speak about BIM, everybody speaks about the 3D model, but that's only indeed the step one. The important thing is the collaboration, for sure. We also heard that alterations are always happening. Actually, if you can manage the changes in your project, you manage the project. The initial sketch and initial design, that's all fine. And if it could be built, collaboration was mostly like not needed, because then you build it, but that's not the case. So many changes, so that's a big thing, and so many stakeholders indeed. So you need to have, from a software perspective at least, a proper common data environment in between that should perform the task management, that should be able to register any point of communication coming in, and then actively pushing that further to the chain. So, but again, that's the technology part. The true challenge here also sits again in the people behaving. So the pain of change, let's call it that. And I fully agree, if you have people in your team that are absolute experts on their expertise, brilliant engineers, brilliant draftsmen, and they have done that for 20, 25, 30 years. That's the real expertise. So now they need to adopt to a new workflow, and that can be a little harsh. So again, from our side, what we need to do, that's two things. We need to provide the technology, and that's there, but we also need to educate on that technology. And we have to play absolutely a big role in that. We cannot leave that to the market. If we simply leave that to the market, that will not fly. So we have a double task here to do: deliver the technology and get the education on level.
Wonderful. So, can AI do this? Can AI increase this awareness or education, or while it can always increase the project efficiency and execution, how can we do that? Can AI do this?
AI, I can say it can reduce your fatigue task. That's it. This is what I am doing.
Okay.
So with AI, I'm just reducing my fatigue task. When it comes to, like, you have to work on prompt engineering. Being an architect, I have my own persona about the modeling and the documentation and all, right? But when I used to take help from the AI, like someone of your colleague was mentioning for the co-pilot thing. So I usually say, like, any of the chatbots or the market available freely or not. Okay, fine, write a programming on Python for me, write a script on Python for me so that I can work or generate 1,500 to 2,000 seats, right? To reduce your fatigue task, I want to annotate the entire 1,500 seats in like a couple of minutes, right? At a particular stage of deliverables. But AI cannot think what you actually want to get the things done. It will help you with the fatigue thing. It will generate n numbers of options. But again, you have to interfere to choose the best.
Agreed.
Even AI will generate the things. Okay, you have 500 options. Choose the best one. AI can run the simulation. But again, there are human factor. We have to consider the things with our own intuition. Human has a sixth sense. AI don't have a sixth sense.
Agreed.
If I may add to that, I would absolutely agree on that. So that's the story what our Eduardo also told. So let's use the AI as a co-pilot and not so much as an autopilot. And let's be honest, we should not take away the creativity, because creativity is another thing. And if you should leave everything to the AI, then I don't think that we get a richer world, so to say. But to use it for repetitive tasks, to feed those technologies with all of the information gathered from so many projects we already did, all the goods, and maybe even the failures, to prevent failures moving forward through the line. But definitely use it as a co-pilot and not as an autopilot. I would fully agree on that.
Wonderful. So, because India is growing in infrastructure. When I say infrastructure, it is metros, railways, cities, smart cities. A lot of stuff is going on. So, and from a perspective of what China did in 40 years, in India, everybody is aiming to do it in 10 years. So that means technology has a very important role. According to you, what would be three major opportunities here for India? Second, how did ALLPLAN, do you have any examples or case studies from ALLPLAN where massive projects, specifically he said about the UP projects they've executed for railways, and RRTS is a massive project for India. So any examples like that where BIM helped in reducing the risk, increasing the efficiency of the project, and of course the overall budgets as well?
If I should think about one project specifically there, then I would take a project in Indonesia that was actually a high-speed rail project. Went from Jakarta to Bandung. So that's 142 kilometers of track, but elevated.
Oh.
So what I've seen here when I was traveling in Mumbai and I was also traveling in Chennai, you have the same issue as indeed in Indonesia and the same as in China. There is no place on the land anymore. So that means whatever you build, you need to elevate it. Right. So all of those elevated constructions for highways, for railways, for high-speed rails. And this project particularly was a high-speed rail. Now the challenge in Indonesia is maybe a bit different. So those projects are all state-owned. So all of those projects get done by 8 state-owned companies in total. But in the tender phase already, they need to deliver execution files. So that means that the full reinforcement needs to sit already in that model, in tender phase, with generated drawings. Now imagine, you have no guarantee that you win the project, but you have to deliver already up to that quality, so that's a big challenge. Okay. So that means we used ALLPLAN, and now we're back to the multi-file system indeed, because we needed to train 80 till 100 people, work simultaneously on that project, because the tender phase needed to be closed within 3 months. So we were able to educate the people, and they worked together indeed. And within those 3 months, they created that. That was a total of 1,600 drawings, a ton of reports, for that 142 kilometers of high-speed rail. So everything came together there. The initial model, the reinforcement, all of the tenders that needed to sit in, the drawings to be generated, every meter, another section, because, 142 kilometers is not only straight.
That's massive.
The detailed documentation, what didn't happen here till so far, because it was a tender, was of course the collaboration with the other stakeholders. That's then, but it was done and delivered within those 3 months. So for me, that's a very impressive example of how we can indeed deliver what we claim what we can deliver.
Wonderful. Amritash, you have had experience with a couple of Nemetschek softwares already. I mean, you have used them. According to you, what can be the opportunities for any BIM solution in India? Because, for example, ALLPLAN or any solution for having major role in the infrastructure of India.
So there are a couple of softwares that I have already mentioned while talking to you earlier. So it was Bluebeam and Graphisoft during college time, and then ALLPLAN when I was working on a very short project just for my own hit and trial, because whenever I see something, I have a craving to get the things installed in my personal laptop, and I'll work on it to know the things. Because one thing that I say that, look, I'm the one who solves the problem. So when you say I'm the one who solves the problem, you have to be aware of the things. And in India, like most of the infra projects are being done on one specified OEM. And so the major thing is that we have to start from the very grassroots level. Like you guys have partnered with JJ College, right?
Yeah.
So there are other colleges and all where you can push the things.
Okay.
Because the resources that is available in the market, like 10 years experience, 15 years experience, 5-year experience, they have one particular OEM on, and without quoting the name, you can understand, like started from the college level, issuing the licenses on the students and all, making them. So that is one thing. Then also reaching to the client with a comparison. Look, this is having in this one, we are having this one. And one factor that always comes is the cost.
Agreed.
Because client is already having a particular platform, right? They are very much acquired with the technical specification and all. Their day-to-day resources, they are handy to the softwares, right? There are numbers of 2D platforms, right? But no one can still came and replace the CAD. Everyone is having CAD installed in a system if they are working in infra projects.
Okay.
Right? So that particular software, like, so people are handy to them. Okay, fine. Even they are sleeping, and you can ask people where to get started with setting up the unit or anything. They can utter the words and you can get the things done. Right? So this is how we need to break, you need to break the chain, making things more simplified and showcasing, like, everyone wants to have a sweet after the dinner. So you need to be that sweet.
Yeah, Firoz, something to note down for my colleagues. Everybody, great insight. So, yeah, of course, I think. Quick last question for you both. Where do you see in the next 5 to 10 years? Can we achieve that scale? Like what the closest neighbor does, China? Can we achieve that scale?
I would say you have one big advantage, and that big advantage is you have a ton of people, absolutely a ton of people, and a ton of people that are actually educated. So that means there is a big workforce. And I know, even in India, there is, in the meantime, a shortage, but still, there are enough people, but we need to educate. And if we do that, achievable.
Super.
So one thing I'd like to mention here, like the infrastructure, it is rapidly growing. Every second state is having its own kind of project going on, right? Odisha, take the example of Andhra, right?
Yeah.
Or Telangana, or every state is having its own infra projects there, like, because it actually generates the business, generates the workforce, right? Attitude with the project, and BIM has one best thing. Whatever the project it is, process remains the same.
Agreed.
Discipline will remain the same.
Yeah.
Stages of deliverables will remain the same. Documentation will remain the same. It is just the nature of project that will change. Either it is going to be a brownfield or a greenfield.
Agreed. Superb.
So our resources are there. One more 5 lakh crore projects need to be started, and then you will see
Of course. So resources are there. More adoption needs to be done, wider adoption for achieving that scale. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Any questions? We'll take one question.
We'll take one question.
Yeah.
Can we quickly pass on the mic? I'll come.
Hello, good evening everyone. My question is like, do you have any work experience on the pump storage in the application of BIM? Greenfield. Like I saw in your video of this Nemetschek that you are showing some what we call Turkey dam, right? Dam construction.
Can you repeat the question, please?
I mean to say that, do you have some hydropower application in beams, like a live example, like you saw in the videos, there was some Turkey dams.
Okay, so that's for you. So she's asking, do we have some hydropower projects? That's the question?
Yeah, like
which are done in BIM.
Pump hydro.
You saw one of that?
Yeah.
The one in the Netherlands, I believe, right?
Yes,
so
yes.
That pumping station.
Turkey, yeah.
In Turkey?
Turkey, yeah, it's Turkey.
Yeah.
Okay. What I can absolutely guarantee is that anything that has to do with the construction of that project, so all of the concrete, for sure, definitely done. So if you're asking for the mechanics and the machinery and the stuff, that's another discipline.
No, we have like a greenfield pump storage, pumped hydro storage. Like it's a very massive project.
Yeah.
It's like we have like a 5 to 6 years of planning stage, and there is something called class detection also in that, like a powerhouse, penstock, all this reservoir. So you have any experience of this in this project?
As for the construction, yes, for sure. And we have tons of examples of customers that do these kind of projects for the construction part.
Okay, thank you.
Lovely. We'll take one more question in the interest of time. Just one more. Okay.
Hello, sir. Good evening, sir. Sir, what is the application of BIM in underground projects, like underground tunnel projects or underground metro projects? Is there any example of that projects where BIM application has used?
For me?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So first, we as TIPSA, we did UPMRCL, the entire underground stretch of Agra and Kanpur Metro is being done on BIM. And currently we are working on a project in Mumbai, again as a PMC. That entire project has to be delivered on BIM from start to end. The entire from schematic design stage, that project has to go on BIM, reviewed on BIM, 4D, 5D, and asset management has to go on BIM, and it's a tunnel project. Apart from that, with my experience, Delhi Metro's Phase 4 DC06, Krishna Park Metro Station, I think last month it got inaugurated. I have worked on that particular metro station personally on tunnel, extracted the reinforcement detail for the segmental ring, right? So it was not just the 3D, but the soft drawings for reinforcement was done. And for tunnel project, of course, you need BIM, because at grade or elevated, you can see with your naked eyes, right? Things are going on. Oh, we start drilling the things and getting things fixed, right? Starting the pier and columns casting right away, because it is being seen with your eyes. You have the soil strata report and you will start working on the design. But when we are working beneath the surface, a geotechnical project, you don't know what is beneath the surface, right? And at that particular time, either it is going to be a NATM or it is going to be a TBM tunnel. If something comes up, if you are running beneath the surface, like in Delhi, there are 100-year-old Delhi Jal Board's water pipelines. Even DJB don't have the maps available with them. What will you do to run a simulation? Your TBM has to get stuck. So you need BIM for that, at least to simulate the risk part. So of course, like, it is very much important. The maximum projects what we are doing in Europe, for if it is a geotechnical project, tunnels is involved, be it NATM or be it TBM, we are working on BIM, and it has to be delivered on BIM.
Sir, for rock support design, we use generally RS2 rock science softwares and also Plexi softwares nowadays in India. So what is the difference between BIM and these softwares?
So you have mentioned Plexis, right? For geotechnical one. So you do the design analysis on Plexis, right? And then you are providing the information based on your design to your draftsman or technician to generate the profile, tunnel profile. Be it if it is a NATM, short creating inner line, outer line of the tunnel, right? So that thing has to be done on 2D as well as 3D. So why BIM plays a good role here? Because you have n number of services going on, right? So when we are talking about the NATM tunnel, short NATM tunnel, there are very less services are there. But when we are talking about the TBM or for a metro project, the services number will increase from 5 to 15, right? There are lots of cablings has to be done. In that situation, you have to do the class check, whether you are actually getting the result out of your drawing. You don't have any, like, coordination is very much required at that particular time when you have 15 odd disciplines involved in TBMs, right? Or recently, Sonmarg tunnel, right? So the Zedmore tunnel earlier now, I think last month our Honorable PM has inaugurated that Sonmarg tunnel. So that was also being done on, at least for profiling, it was done on BIM. You have services, right? And when you have a number of services involved, there will be classes, there will be coordination classes that will happen. And then you need those things.
So that means you can do all the design part in the BIM also?
Production part on BIM, because structural production also it can be done on BIM. But design, you need couple of softwares, like for structure, STAD is there, right? For MIDAS is there, for you, for rock engineering or geotechnical engineering, you need Plexis 2D or 3D to do the analysis part. But there are other softwares, other OEMs who have these things inbuilt,
okay,
right? So you can do it. So design, delivery, production can be done on BIM.
Okay.
Coordination can be done on BIM.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the question. We may have
ALLPLAN can do it all, right?
No, yeah.
Yeah. So
sure.
Sure.
Thank you once again, Shankar, Amrita, and Raman, for joining
Thank
us
you
in
so
this
much.
very exclusive fireside chat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am, like I said earlier, I'm going to give you a quick opportunity to walk away with the goodies. Thank you so much, sir, for accommodating with us. I know you had a question, but our speakers are going to be around. Thank you. All right. So the first task is that the fastest one to show me the soft copy of COVID vaccination certificate is going to get a goodie. Let's see who's going to be the fastest one. In the meantime, just raising hand is not going to help. You need to show, yeah. The COVID vaccination certificate. Let's see who's going to be the fastest one. In the meantime, I'm going to quickly ask my next question. You can name any one or two technologies apart from ALLPLAN that Nemetschek is offering in India. If you know the answer, you have to say, hello, hello, hello, hello. I'm going to give it to the lady. Can I be a little biased? All right, ma'am, what's the answer?
Bluebeam.
Bluebeam, okay. Anybody else with a different answer? Else I'm going to lock it. Yes, sir. We didn't leak the question paper. You know all of it. All right, I'm going to give one goodie to sir out there and one here to the lady. You found the COVID vaccination certificate, and I need one more, the fastest one to... you should be glad that I didn't ask for hard copy. Sir, I also... This is the certificate, right? You need to show your Aadhaar card for me to verify this is yours. Yes. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. And how much we appreciate your presence out here, Amrita and Raman. I'm going to request Shankar to kindly do the honors and kindly hand over a token of appreciation, respect, and love to our speakers. Over to you, Shankar. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time when we need to clap. And let's have a quick group photo. While the leaders are getting their picture clicked, let me ask the next question, that which technology of Nemetschek helps you in your drawing review? Hello. Bluebeam? Okay, I'm going to lock the answer. That is the correct one. Let's quickly hand over the goodie bag. And sir, if I can ask your name, please.
Shailendra.
Shenitra. That's quite a unique name. What's the meaning of this?
It's a combination of two words. You can say shell, it means stones, and Indra, matlab do shreshth hota hai. So basically Himalaya, you can say.
Lovely. Thank you so much, sir. And I'm going to ask the next and the last question in this segment. Remember, you have to say hello, Noor. Okay? Which Nemetschek technology allows you to use 2D and 3D simultaneously? My name is Noor. Okay, yes, sir.
ALLPLAN.
ALLPLAN. Indeed, that's the right answer. Let's give it up for
Sami.
Sami. Make some noise for Sami, everybody. Okay, sir, your goodie is arriving. Here we go. Thank you so much. Okay, now before we get started with the next segment, I am going to give you another unique opportunity to participate in the fun game. Now that can only happen if you promise me to listen to our next speaker and if you clap. Oops. Okay. So let me repeat again that we have a classic game coming up next, and if you want to participate in this iconic game, what you need to do is you need to do two things. The first thing is that you have to promise to listen to our next speaker, Gregor, in the house. Please make some noise, everybody. And you have to clap louder. I want you to go insane. I want you to go mental. I want you to go gaga. I want you to show all your energy. Are we convinced with the energy, do you think?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I was hoping for a no.
It was a bit too loud.
We should have planned a little better. Nevertheless, over to you, Gregor.
Okay. Yeah, so like the lady said, so if you promise me that you will listen to my presentation, then we will play a small game. So for this game, you need 4 things, and everything is on your table. So that the material for the game is on your table. So you need 3 bottles. One needs to be empty, and we will play a small game. You will have to construct a bridge, however you want. So the goal is that that's the load, yeah? And that's the material for your superstructure. The span length needs to be exactly the length of the paper, right? And you need to place the paper in such a way that it will hold the bottle, okay? So you have time to play, and the best designer will get a small hoodie. And now, I'm going to my presentation. Everything clear? Everything clear? No, that's not correct. No. Span length needs to be the same as the length of the paper. Okay? No. That's the span length, you see? From end to the end of the paper. Good? Yeah? And the bottle can be empty. Good? Okay, results we will have a look at the end. That's too small span length. Yeah? The span length is from the end to the end of the paper. Yeah? Okay. Can I move to the presentation now? Okay. Preparing for this presentation, of course, I was researching how important is infrastructure for India. And I think I don't have to repeat this presentation or this slide, because in this main time, with all these presentations and with all the panel sessions, the importance of infrastructure in India is clear. So India is becoming a $7 trillion future country. And of course, as we have mentioned, the infrastructure is backbone to that. What I was surprised that also the Prime Minister is also aware of the problems that we have in the infrastructure industry, and we need to accelerate our project execution. We need to reduce costs and the overruns and increase our productivity. And of course, the government cannot do it by itself. It needs the participation of the private sector. And the private sector can do this, can help the government only if we have the right tools for that. And here comes our solution into action. And in our next video, we will show you what can be done with our infrastructure solution from ALLPLAN. So as we have seen in this small video, all these infrastructure utilities were built together with our ALLPLAN solution for infrastructure. And to summarize what ALLPLAN can bring to you, I have here these 5 points. So we can increase your productivity with many different features, with many different workflows. Like, for example, we can automate your tasks. We can eliminate redundant stops. And there are many features that I will show you then later. How can we do that? We can also enhance your design quality, because the modeling process we have implemented is really creating exact models. And there are many other reasons. And I also to emphasize the long-term value, because ALLPLAN is not only a software provider for you, we want to be your partners. Also, this is how our software is being developed. It's developed together with our users. And this is what we, of course, also bring to the market and later once this is developed. And we have a very great customer support. And we have been today showing you already several examples, because we want to show you that it's possible to deliver projects, very complex projects, with our infrastructure solution. Also, I have here several projects, and they are different projects. And you will see on all of my slides, or many of my slides, this QR code. Also, this QR code has something to do with this project. So take a picture, and you will find a PDF, a white paper, where you can read more about this special project. This special project is from our client from Portugal. And the problem of this project was that they had to build a large quantity of bridges and different infrastructure utilities, also overpasses and underpasses. If I remember correctly, it was 150 to 160 bridges. And when they got the project, the team was still small, right? They didn't have tools and utilities to deliver these big projects. So they came to us, they came to ALLPLAN, so how should we do that? And we gave them the solution. So at the end, only with 11 templates, they could deliver this project, because those templates were parametric. Of course, bridges, underpasses, overpasses were always similar, and they have used this for delivering this project. And with this solution, they could deliver this on budget and on time. They didn't have to improve their team. They didn't have to make the team enlargement. And this is why our solution helped them to deliver this project. The next project is also something special. If you look at this picture in the middle, the question is, I always ask myself, what is this? And it's a mixture of retaining walls, of a bridge, of a road. It's a very complex project. In practice, the task was on this rock to enlarge the road. And this was done, of course, also with smaller retaining walls. And the big problem here was the geometry. So the parametric solution that we have in the house solved this problem very nicely, because they could all the time adjust the geometry and check
if everything is okay. What is okay? I mean with that, for example, because this was also anchored into the rock, and in these shapes, in these convex shapes, of course, if you have anchors, they could cross each other, or they could come too close to each other. And this is why they have used our parametric solution, and after changing and optimizing also the position of the anchors, they could again deliver this project on time. This is how this solution helped them. And of course, also here our BIM Plus platform came into action because it represented a connection and collaboration platform between the designers and the engineers on site. Next project I chose because of the tendon modeling solution. I have seen also here in Delhi several bridges built with this construction method. This is cantilever construction method. And as you know, it has a very complex shape. But even more than the shape of the concrete is complex, the complex are the geometries of the tendons. And there are a lot of tendons. And we need to check before we go to the construction site in order to deliver the quality drawings, the clashes between the tendons, between the rebar, of course, not only hard clashes, also soft clashes. And the basis for that is, of course, to have correct data, correct model, and correct tendon. And we deliver a very great solution to model these tendons precisely and effectively. And I will come to this, how we do that, later when I will come to the features. Now, before I continue to the next project, I have here some drawings that you will also see that once the 3D model is done, you can create exact drawings out of that, because of course that's the way how we communicate with our construction process. And you can see here, you can create also very detailed drawings. Now I'm coming to a different project. We were discussing before with tunnels. This is not exactly a tunnel, it's a gallery. But it's similar. It's a similar, I would say, process of the design. Here again, our parametric solution came to action because of this design flexibility that was asked. Because the project started very soon, so not all of data were known at the beginning of the design phase, and they had to start because otherwise they would not deliver the deadline. And I'm sure also the same is for you. You don't always have all the data you need to start certain projects. And that means that you have to be able to easily adapt. And this is what our solution allows you due to this parametric definition. I will come also later more in detail how we can model these structures. Now, before we continue, also here I have some drawings because, as mentioned already by Jad, he's not here anymore, we can create really exact drawings out of our 3D models. And that's the benefit of BIM, right? So you are modeling in BIM, you are modeling in 3D, and the drawings are actually side product of our workflow. Okay, here is some plan view from different ways. And because Jad showed before, also the terrain model can be part of the 3D model, also because of modeling functionalities, but also it can be then visualized in the drawings. Now I'm coming slowly to our road solution. Also, road solution is part of our ALLPLAN solution stack. And here I have a different project. Later I will show another road project, but here I wanted to show you that with our parametric road solution, also different types of structures, infrastructure utilities can be modeled. Here an example of flood protection. The wish of the investor was to have a natural barrier, not a concrete barrier. And the client had to design many variants to optimize this utility, this infrastructure utility. And this was only possible with our infrastructure parametric modeling solution also for roads. Also because we can get also automatically quantities out of this data, and they had to minimize the costs, right? So once you can minimize the costs, then you can also deliver a valuable project. And again, here with the parametric solution, also for roads, the client was able to deliver the project in budget and on time. And now I'm coming to my, as mentioned, to my road project. This is also something special because It's not only a project of roads, it's a project also of bridge design, and it's a great example of collaboration which is given through our BIM Plus platform. Because you know, road engineers work on roads, bridge engineers work on bridge structures. They have to do very often these in parallel, and our technology allows them to do that. That the road engineer works on the roads, and they share only one thing that is common to them, the axis. And this is what was here the example. Over BIM Plus, they collaborated with the axis. And I mentioned already before, it is everything because also the bridge modeling is done parametric. As soon as the road engineer was somehow in a step to share the data with the bridge engineer, he just uploaded this data to the BIM Plus, and the bridge engineer take down this and continued with his modeling. Everything automatically adjusted and adapted because of the parametric modeling and because everything is based on the axis. Yeah, it's a great project. Here another project which also shows the power of ALLPLAN. You can see over the time that ALLPLAN is very strong in detailing, and this is also very true for the in inner urban areas, also for road construction. Here, of course, a bus station was reconstructed so that all also people with disapproved mobility can join the bus, and this was done together with ALLPLAN and the road solution in ALLPLAN, because they were all the time checking the right heights of the curbs and of the road in order to deliver these important differences for the people with disapproved mobility. Yeah, I'm coming slowly to my end of my examples. Before I continue now to the features, I have here several drawings which I got just before I went to India, because I asked our client. If you remember the video from the beginning, there were many different infrastructure utilities shown. And here I have those drawings, right? So they were reconstructed, and I just wanted to give you some overview of what kind of drawings you can generate. So here, for example, this underpass for pedestrians with a 3D view and with all the details that are necessary in order to send it to the construction site. I have here the same or similar underpass with the different details. Below, above, we see this railway construction, railway line. Here we see also the stairs. So you can see we can go a lot into detail. Here also these sheets. So also this is possible. Here I have another bridge where you can see that the bridge gets wider. It's very often a case in bridge construction. And a specialties of this bridge is that it's actually a steel bridge. We have seen till now a lot of concrete structures with a lot of reinforcement. And with this drawing, I wanted to show you that also steel structures can be designed, modeled and designed with ALLPLAN. Then, because I'm talking also about reinforcement, complex shapes are no problem to model and no problem to reinforce, and also not a problem to get the data to the construction site. So here we have a beautiful overview of all of different bar shapes, also how the bar shapes are changing with the height of the pier, because it was a more architectural pier. And this is what, of course, the engineer at the end needs also to bring on the sheet, on the drawings, in order to be constructed. This is also what Nirmalaya mentioned at the beginning. We care much about also the constructability. And this is the final result of how to get things constructed. Here I have another example of a cut and cover structure. So it's a kind of a tunnel, just not built with the methods mentioned before by the panelists. But it's a great example of that also this can be modeled, especially because it follows the axis. It is important to model this exactly in order then later to create this kind of drawings, including these bar bending schedules, which can be also sent out to the bar bending machines in form of different files. Another example of retaining wall before this cut and cover structure, also this can be very beautifully and exactly can be brought to the paper. Then I have some additional examples. Here also an example of, again, of a cut and cover tunnel structure. Here an example of a more complex shape of a pier. You can see here we have a longitudinal vertical cut, and then all different sections with a lot of different materials with these complex longitudinal bars and also shear elements. So this is possible, and here again, these bar bending schedules. Here a small overview of what is drawn. Here, with this picture or with this drawing, I wanted to show you that also the drainage system can be modeled with ALLPLAN and also can be brought to the drawings. Here I have a more simple shape. Of course, it is circular, so also circular reinforcement can be modeled with ALLPLAN. Doesn't matter if are simpler circular bar shapes or also spiral shapes. We use them for the piles. Can be also modeled and then brought to the drawings. Here another example of a pile with this in 3D shape and also in some different views. Here a more complex diaphragm over the pier with the 3D reinforcement and then of course a view of 2D reinforcement. And just as a final drawing, also the construction sequence, so how the bridge was constructed or should be constructed can be brought to the paper. So now I'm slowly moving to the second part of my presentation where I will talk a little bit about features. So how can we model that? So in it's of course there are a lot of features. I cannot mention today all of them, so I will try to mention the main ones. So first of all, here we have the digital terrain model, which can be brought into the system, into the solution by different file formats. So we support all standard file formats, like Atlantic XML file can be imported. And then this terrain model is used for many different things. For example, when we then design the road, we parametric sections. And because the cross section of the road is also parametric, it can automatically adjust according to the terrain. So if the terrain goes up and down, those bankets are also automatically adjusted. And of course, we also then calculate the cut and fill volumes. This is important to have it in balance in road construction, right? That we have exactly, or not exactly, approximately the same volumes that we cut and that we fill. And also this then can be calculated by the software. And then, of course, the axis of the road structure is parametrically defined, the cross-section is parametrically defined, and then we create a 3D model of the road. And then again, we use this functionality that has been shown, not very often, to create different types of drawings for road construction. And it doesn't matter, it can also work, because I think you mentioned before, also for railways, is the same principle. So this is regarding the road design. Now we're coming to bridge design and parametric modeling of bridges. And here it's important to understand that we have brought this technology to the market with 3 different modeling approaches, because there are different problems that we need to solve with these modeling approaches. So the bridges follow very often, or normally they follow always an axis. And we have many bridges where the geometry of the bridge is relative to this axis. And in this case, what we do, of course, we use this axis, which is designed by our road solution or imported by a Atlantic XML file, and we create a section and extrude it along the axis. And with this, we create really an exact geometry of the bridge. And in case that, for example, the height is varying, then we can introduce this as additional parameters for which we define the variation along the axis in table form or formula, and again can be applied then into the 3D model, and then the variation is modeled. And if you imagine how complex then this one line could be, that's the only way how to model this exactly, because you input this data that you have, and then the product is doing the hard work. Then the second modeling technology we have implemented is because not all bridges and all bridge elements follow the axis. Perfect example are precast girder bridges. They are following the axis, but the girders are straight, because the girders, they follow actually the substructure geometry. And this is how you define then also the geometry of the girders in ALLPLAN civil, in ALLPLAN. And that meaning that it's relative to the substructure. And this defines the geometry. And what it makes then very, very nice is that if you need to move the pier, also the girders are automatically adjust. And this technology can be used also in wider sense, like in these retaining walls, which also follow the axis but are polygonized, or if you have truss bridges, where you have also the bridges following the axis, but the individual elements are linear. And then we had to, and we did, implement the third modeling technology, and this is where it was necessary because of modeling for example, for the abutments, because none of those technology is suitable for model abutments. This is why we have this third modeling technology, because what we do is that we take the section, we create additional, so you add to this cross-section a thickness, you get a 3D prism, and then you can freely in 3D space position these prisms relative to the axis or relative to each other, and this is what is making it then also parametric. And then with Boolean operations, this is finalized and then used for drawing production or for structural analysis. Again, here, just to mention, I have here several QR codes. Take a picture because we have several videos. And here, there is even a YouTube video where you will see this modeling approach in action, how to model this kind of a bridge in only 10 minutes. Good. Just to finalize this slide, the important thing is that all three methods are seamlessly integrated. You don't have to choose which one. Actually, you can combine them, all of them in one project. Like, for example, you have a precast of the bridge, which is where do you model the abutment with this modeling technology. I mentioned before tendons, so we can define really tendons exactly, because what we do is, again, we discretize this modeling technology by defining tendons relative to the cross-section, and then to get a 3D space, we define the exact position along the stations. And this is what defines the tendon geometry. And it was important for us at that time that what is very often in these types of structures, you have a lot of tendons, so the user must be able to model a lot of tendons very easily and still to get it parametrically. And this is what we have achieved. And then, if you remember the first project, what is important, what this technology brings to you is that it gives you the possibility to really improve and to speed up your daily works. And this is possible with parametric templates. So we have 2D, we can have parametric templates on 2D level, in cross-sections, in 3D level, on elements, by having by girders, by link elements, or the complete bridge can be also a template. So I have here a small video. I need to show it very quickly. But here we have extracted this one pier from this project and brought it into the new project. It's a totally different project, also totally different shape of a geometry of the bridge. And then you select the top point and the bottom point. And the template is made so that the top hammerhead remains the same, just the piers get longer. And also this is possible to specify individually as you wish how the template should behave. And then if you add to these templates that you can also include parametric reinforcement, it's additional way how to speed up your projects, how you daily work. And this is what also is possible. But again, on 2D level, discretized, we can connect with these simple definitions the Python parts, which are defined as rebar, and then we create 3D reinforcement, more or less automatically, and again, it's part of this template. How this works in practice, so if you have this kind of a girder, and now you have here tendons and the bar shapes, if the axis changes, also the tendons, including the reinforcement, will automatically adjust. And this technology doesn't work only for bridges, it works for all types of infrastructure utilities. Integrated in the software is also structure analysis. I will not go here too much into detail. We have special approach because we wanted to bring these two worlds together into common data environment. And it was mentioned before, there are two separate streams. But what we are believing is that part of BIM, especially for bridges and also tunnels, structure analysis is very important. This is why we are bringing these two worlds together. And if you have some questions and you want to talk about that in more detail, let's do it in the break. Again, if you want to see this in a little bit more information, take a picture and then you can scan the QR code and have more information about that. And now if you bring everything together into one workflow, if I want to, I may choose here precast gutter bridges to do that. There is also, again, a super, I will go away, webinar, which is available on YouTube to see this in action, the full workflow, including parametric reinforcement. Please take a picture and have a look then later. But just wanted to give you this overview. So we can model it as it is necessary, we can do structure analysis as it's necessary, and we can speed up the work with parametric templates. Let's have a quick look also on that. So here we have the bridge, simple bridge with these spans, and then of course what happens, oh, we have to move the span. Big problem, not in our case. You change the span, the bridge and the gutters will adjust, and not only the geometry of the concrete will adjust, as you will see here, also the reinforcement will adjust, because it is part of the template. And this again boosts your productivity enormously. Okay, so that's my final slide. We have many customers that are delivering infrastructure projects on this way. You have seen the video in the beginning. So this is already happening. We have many different clients that are doing this in 3D, in live, including this parametric reinforcement. So please try it out, and you will see it really boosts your productivity. So thank you for today, or for now. Before we go to the final result, let's have some questions, right?
Absolutely. Now, considering that we are running a little late, so we'll just accommodate 2 questions, no follow-up questions. All right, let's get started here. I will pass on the mic.
Do you have any provision to incorporate as-built data in form of, let's say, scan to BIM data, or can we do some kind of analysis if the as-built is similar to what we have designed, or what's the differences which has happened during the construction?
Yeah, a hint at least we have already in BIM Plus. So with BIM Plus already you can work and you can get this information from the construction site into this 3D model, because the main tool or the main media in BIM Plus for the communication is a 3D model itself. So if, for example, there is any change, I don't know, you have seen some video that, I don't know, there was some change on this element, then this is communicated that at this position, at this element, there was something changed. And then this goes back to the designer who can incorporate this change, and with this, can he create these as-built models.
Okay, let's say I understood that part, that happens mainly during the construction. If some changes happen in the model, that will be captured. Yeah. But let's say we have constructed at site. Yeah. If I want to compare what has been constructed at site with what was designed or what was there in the model.
This could be done in many different ways. One way that I now can imagine is with point clouds. So if you scan the structure, you could get these point clouds then also into the software and compare the point clouds with the modeled model.
So we can run that comparison?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We'll take one more question out there.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
So I have 2 questions, short questions. So first one is, shall we, generate bar bending schedule once we model the reinforcement from the drawing itself? And another one is, as we are working on many Middle East projects, so there are many frequent changes are there. So because in other BIM softwares, like once we do change any modeling things, so what happened, the documentation part, the text or the dimensions from the related objects were deleted. So is there anything in that we can retain the documentation part while we are changing?
Okay, I will first answer the second question because I already forgot the first one.
Yeah.
So yes, we have here, we have some technology that can help you here because our sections are actually associated sections. So when you change the rebar, because you can change the rebar very easily also in building structures, then this is also, because it's connected, so we know the information of this rebar. So if you change the number of rebars or the diameter, this is automatically then also shown in these bar bedding schedules. So that's working.
Okay.
And the first question was?
And the second one is, once we change any object, like in other BIM softwares, once we change anything in the object, so from the drawing portion, the related text and dimension will be deleted. So is there any option so that we can, after changing that objects, we can retain the documentation part?
Correct. So we have they have different ways how you can model. So we have ways where if you model this correctly from the first day on, then this happens automatically. If you use a different way, then this is not possible. So this is why we also suggest, please come to us. This is why I mentioned at the beginning support, because we will give you the guidance how you should model that in order to achieve this, that you can also then later on very easily incorporate changes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So Gregor, are we closing on the last piece of the bridge?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, my table is now away.
Looks like some magic happened here on the stage.
Okay, I will give a short hint. I mean, I think I've seen that some bridges are standing. Yeah, you just have to fold this paper like this, you put it on, and then the bridge carries the bottle. So, bravo.
Thank you so much, Gregor. Well, up next, and our last speaker this evening, ladies and gentlemen, David, I think you have got a tough job ahead, considering that we are just standing in the middle of dinner, bar, and the presentation, an interactive presentation on redefining excellence in steel, detailing, precast concrete, and fabrication workflows. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our product manager, prefabrication, ALLPLAN, David Sapka.
Okay. Hear me? Yep. Yes. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Happy to be here. It's been a long journey to make it here all the way from the U.S., but I've enjoyed my time already, both in Mumbai and in Chennai. I've been with SDS2 for a long time, so I saw a lot of familiar faces in both of those locations, and I've already had a chance to talk to some of you who I've interacted with throughout the years here tonight. So some of you have been able to make it to the US and meet me there, visit with me there, but I've never had the opportunity to come this direction. So very, very happy, very honored to be here tonight. And I will do my best not to go long and stand in everybody's way of dinner here. So we hear about prefabrication. I come from a heavy steel background being with SDS2. But prefabrication actually includes much, much more than just steel. It can be used for any type of material. So I like to define what prefabrication actually is or means before I hop into things here. So basically what this is it's the practice of assembling components off-site in a shop or a factory and then shipping those assemblies or components out to the site from there and assembling them on site. So why do we do this? We do this because we can be much more efficient. We can utilize automated equipment and newer technology in those shops to increase our efficiency, shorten our project timelines, cut down on the schedule, and do our work much quicker, more efficiently, meet those timelines. So I took this definition from Wikipedia, and if you go on there and do a little bit more digging, it actually describes that steel and precast are the two most common building methods that prefabrication is used for today. And it just so happens to be that SDS2 is our steel solution. ALLPLAN Precast is for precast. So we already have two of highly automated solutions for prefabrication today. Okay, so Next thing I like to talk about is our deliverables from the tools that we use, right? So what does the tools that we use in the office have to provide in order to make prefabrication in the shop or the factory successful? So we talk a lot about BIM and information. So first thing is as fabricated models, right? We have to have very highly detailed models with a lot of information in there, including every cut, hole, weld, opening. When we talk about precast, we have to have all the fixtures, all the lifting lugs, everything within there, right? So we have everything that defines how this is going to be built. And then we communicate that to the shop in a number of different ways. One of those ways is with the 2D drawings, or what we call shop drawings. Again, those have to be very highly precise and detailed, locating every bolt, every weld, every piece of material with dimensions and labels and such. So highly automated here as well. And then general arrangement drawings or erection drawings, which are instructions for taking those components and assembling them on site when they get shipped there. Then there's all sorts of different reports that we need out of there to communicate. How much materials do we have? How many bolts? What do we need to cut? All that. And then CNC information. So as we talk about implementing more technology in the shop itself to automate that process and make the shop more efficient, it's very important that we get the information from our detailing tools to the shop to utilize that equipment as much as possible. So we do that through a number of different open file formats. DSTV is very common. IFC EM11 is actually a IFC definition that is done specifically to satisfy steel fabrication. And then when it comes to precast, we have PXML files, BVBS for rebar bending and such. And then fabrication management. This is becoming more and more important, very critical to keeping the shop on schedule, planning what's going to be built next, what do we need to cut, what are the materials we have in inventory, all that. And again, we do that through a number of different formats depending on which tool is being used for the fabrication management. So some of the challenges that we face with this, translating our design information to fabricate and build information. So typically, engineer of record doing a pretty high level informational design. It doesn't necessarily define exactly how to connect things in the field, how to build everything very precisely. It's not going to have every bolt, every hole, every weld in that design information. So one of the many challenges for detailing and utilizing our tools is translating that information in a way that we can interpret it and then create our higher detailed models, send information to the shop. There's a lot of repetitive tasks that go into this. We've talked about that a number of times. Everybody's doing repetitive tasks over and over and over again, so how do we automate those tasks? And then evolving technology, right? I talked about how important it is for the CNC information in the shop. We're seeing more welding robotics in the shop over the last 5 years as technology with that has advanced. And then things like point clouds that we've mentioned, production planning, all of those tools are becoming more and more advanced. So we have to make sure that we continuously evolve as well and keep up with that technology also when we do. So, okay. More challenges, right? So need for information. I already talked about it several times. Just want to emphasize again, we've talked about BIM, right? So BIM is a process, not necessarily a tool, but we use it for 3D visualization, and sometimes that's what we tend to focus on. But even more important in that whole process is the middle piece there that I've highlighted, the information, right? So without all the information stored within those models, none of this stuff would really be possible. So we have to make sure that we always satisfy that need for more information. and store that, handle that, pass that on to downstream to the shop equipment, the production planning, all of that. And then coordination with all the trades, right? So the days of sending a bunch of stuff out to the field and then cutting it in the field, whatever we got to do to make it fit, you know, work around the MEP or the plumbing, whatever's in that structure, okay, that has to be moved up front now with prefabrication, right? So you're building it, you're assembling these components in a shop, that means you can't do as much field adjustments when there's a clash with the electrical or the MEP. So we have to move that whole process up front in the planning stage and provide tools and coordinate with all the trades to make sure we avoid any issues there. And then high production requirements, right? So creating all this information, the deliverables I talked about that we have to provide to feed the shop and the site, we have to make sure that that information is done and created in a very highly productive way. If it's not, we're holding up the shop, they're not as efficient as they can be, holding up the site, and we don't meet the schedules. So high production is very critical here. So how do we do this for steel? These are all kind of the high level points of how we do this and how we solve these challenges for prefabrication with SDS2 and for our steel market. One thing I will point out here, just as a point of emphasis, is we do have a local version of SDS2 for the India market. It includes connection design of steel members according to the IS code. We're mindful of the pricing, and C talked about pricing and being mindful of that in his opener, and we are doing that, offering that at a very attractive price here. So we talked about repetitive tasks, high production, all of that. We did a survey a couple of years ago on our current users of SDS2. We asked them, hey, you know, how quickly are you seeing productivity gains when you switch from a competitor, AutoCAD, or any of the others over to SDS2? So 71% of those people said they saw productivity gains within 1 year. A third of those, about a third, 32%, said within 1 to 3 months they were already seeing productivity gains. So we talk about the cost of software, but the cost is not just purchasing the software. The cost also includes downtime, lost production in training your people, onboarding your people, IT, installation, all of that, right? So we do our best to make the onboarding process very quick so that you do start to see those productivity gains as quickly as possible. One way here, ease of use, right? So it's easy to learn. It's a familiar interface to Microsoft products, Word, Excel, very similar to Revit, AutoCAD with a ribbon type interface, right? So many of us are already using tools that are very similar to this. It makes it easy to hop into SDS2 and learn and onboard. We want you to focus on doing the important tasks that you need, not necessarily always, how do I click this button or access that command? So we do a great job of that. And then quick drawing production. So the drawing that you see here on the screen, every one of those dimensions, labels, the bill of material that you see there, all of that information was created automatically based on the model that was created, right? So clean, clear, concise drawings out of the box based on your model is very, very important. SDS2 is the best at doing that. I think the clicker is getting tired. Next thing, automated connection design or creation, if you will. So when I talk about automated connection design, we have to keep in mind there's typically two workflows in the industry that we have to follow or fit in, right? So the first one is what I call delegated design. So this means that the engineer of record would delegate the responsibility of connection design to the fabricator or the detailer. In that case, SDS2 is hands down the only solution for that workflow, right? We're the only steel detailing solution that has connection design built in. And the way we do that, it's intelligent. We look at the framing conditions as you model the structure. So if it's a beam, you have a column, beam framing into that. We recognize how that beam is framing to that column. Skewed, slope, perpendicular, into the web, into the flange, whatever it might be. Provide a connection based on the end reaction information that you give it. And it goes through the full design calculations, all the integrity checks, everything to make sure that that connection is going to hold up the, and it's going to satisfy the end reactions that are there. In addition to that, with our connection design, it's looking at the entire joint or the entire node, so any other members framing in there, it looks at that condition. We'll share bolts if it needs across connections, make adjustments to avoid clashing, checks all the bolt clearances to make sure bolts are going to fit in there in the field, and we can easily erect that. The second workflow we would talk about is EOR provided connections, right? So no problem, right? We can easily do that also. The way we do that is we have a whole bunch of project settings that we have collected and implemented over the years. When you're talking about connection design, all those project settings are really great because we can set them up to optimize the shop efficiency, and the connections that are designed will optimize that shop. In this case, when we're talking about the EOR design, we're simply setting those settings to match what we're provided by the EOR, and it's not a problem. So. Same thing, it's all automated. When you model your basic structural members, it reads the framing condition and then just provides the connection that you had set up in those project settings and matches the EOR. So. Okay, then there's miscellaneous steel. It's not just the main structure that we have to worry about when we're detailing. There's things like stairs, handrails, secondary supports for facades or pour stops for holding in the concrete, different things like that. So we have automated tools to input stairs. We have automated tools for handrails, help you be very, very precise with those things that we need for the detailing. And then we also provide a number of automated tools for those kind of more miscellaneous supports and things that I just described. We provide those on our website through our SDS2 toolbox and continuously update that website to provide more tools for you all the time. And in addition to that, we also have an open API. It's based on Python. You can go in there, you can develop all your own customizations. So anything that we may not automate out of the box, you got some weird situations that you see continuously, we go in there, develop on Python, automate those tasks. We talked about CNC information and how technology in the shop is evolving. So again, just integration with our fabricator tools is very, very important. We have to make sure that we're feeding those tools in the shop. If we can't satisfy the fabricator, best detailing tool in the world isn't necessarily going to mean anything. So we have to satisfy that equipment. We work very closely with many of these equipment providers. We work directly with them, and we make sure that either our open file formats are working for them, or we provide custom API integrations with many of those equipment providers as well. So I do want to show you a little video here from one of our partners. So don't take it from me that we work closely with them and that we're providing the information required to satisfy this equipment. Take it from one of our partners here.
At Voortman, we built high-end machinery with integrated business software to process beams, plates, tubes with a high level of automation, as well as automatic assembling and welding solutions. Innovation, quality and service are our core drives.
We are making our plate, pipe and beam machines in our production site in Reimagine and ALLPLAN. We do the whole process ourselves, starting with cutting our parts for our machines, assembling and installation at the customer site. We are constantly improving our processes to keep a high quality product.
Our background is steel fabrication, and that is still the main market for us. But we are also active in plate processing, steel distribution, machinery and equipment, offshore and energy, and process equipment.
We provide round-the-clock support by our locations in Europe, USA and Australia, solving more than 90% of our calls remotely. Our global service network ensures quick and efficient service on site to solve problems if needed. With increasing number of data available from our machines, we advise our customers to increase their uptime and to improve their processes for high quality output.
Software becomes more and more important nowadays to get a good insight of the total production flow. With our DigiSteel software, we can offer our customers seamless solutions from engineering till a finished end product.
DigiSteel is a SaaS software company within Voortman. We develop cloud-only software applications for all kinds of markets. What we see is that model-based building is becoming more and more important, especially in the future, and this is why we've partnered up with SDS2. The northern part of the US is a really big market for us. We saw that our customers there were using SDS2, and therefore we wanted to increase the efficiency and simpleness of using the 3D detailing package being SDS2 and the usage of our machines. We want to have them communicate as efficiently as possible, especially for our fabricator, our fitting and welding robot. This machine can fit and weld without any human intervention based on an SDS2 model. Whenever the welds are being exported, we check and fix all the weld information, and based on that export, the customer can really easily use such a fabricator. Also, for the other machines that we have, we want to go from a 3D detailing package until a CNC machine. And in between, we needed to partner up to make sure that the files are right and that the end product is correct. So far, the sounds that we heard from the market, as well as from our customers, is that the use of SDS2 together with our fabricator, fitting and welding robot is really good. I would say that a SDS2 DigiSteel Voortman combination would be a good fit for every customer.
Okay, so take it from them, not me. We do a really great job. So when you have fabricators saying, hey, does SDS2 work with Voortman equipment? What can you do for me? Absolutely we can, whether it's their drilling, coping machines, their fabricator that you saw there with the automated welding. We worked with them to create a direct API integration for that one. So working really well. Next topic was coordination with all your trades. How do we get that done? So BIM Plus, we've heard about that before. SDS2 has a direct upload there. It's really great because we not only upload the model directly to BIM Plus, but at the same time we put the drawings up there inside a document manager. And then as you're investigating, looking at the 3D model, it also has a direct link to the corresponding drawings for every part and then the entire assembly that corresponds to that 3D object. So puts all the information you're looking for right there attached to the 3D object in the cloud. And then we can take advantage of the issue manager in BIM Plus, revision control, different things like that. Flexible licensing. So SDS2 provides licensing in the cloud. So as you're onboarding, simple, create a login password. As you expand your business, it's easy just to bring your new users in there. Very, very flexible. There's no cool down period if you want to do multiple shifts, different things like that. So super flexible licensing. And then just to give you a little bit of an idea of how productive we can be. So from that same survey result that I showed you a little bit earlier, A couple other questions we asked here and the answers here. 63% of customers were able to take on more projects than they had been in the past with other tools. 59% were able to take on larger projects than they were in the past with other tools. And then how much quicker were we to complete certain tasks for those people switching to SDS2? You know, you see there about 20% of them stated they were at least twice as fast as they were with other tools. So that's enough about steel. A little bit about precast here. So our precast solution focuses on more of the building structure. So you saw my colleagues talking a lot about bridges, infrastructure type work. This solution is for highly automated walls and slabs that you're creating in precast. Again, very similar to SDS2. We have very fast drawing production in there, high quality. We have the 2D to 3D workflows since this is built directly inside of ALLPLAN. That 2D to 3D workflow that was described earlier also is there with our precast solution. One of the things that I really love about it and think is just an awesome benefit here is the way we're able to import an IFC file. Doesn't matter where it comes from, right? Revit, ArchiCAD. Anybody can do the design in another tool, send us an IFC file, and we convert that into individual precast elements based on your parameters in the shop, max widths and lengths and weights and stuff to make sure things are going to fit on the bed and we can lift them and everything. And then we have a really awesome automated stair reinforcement tool that takes any 2D section of a stair, creates a 3D part out of it, reinforces it, produces a drawing just in a few minutes. Pretty slick. We've got to keep that integration up with fabricator equipment and tools for precast, the same as we do steel, and we do it the same way, right? We work directly with those equipment providers to make sure that we're satisfying the equipment. BIM Plus collaboration again, and then we do have a built-in tool here called TIM. So this is a basic solution from us with our precast that allows you to do your production schedules, delivery schedules, assembly, all of that. And then there is a quality manager within there also that actually does a kind of a post-process check to make sure that you've got the right inserts in there. We've got, you know, enough cover, enough room from the edges of openings and things to make sure that those inserts aren't going to break out of the concrete, cause problems like that. So a lot of great tools within there as well. So I promised I wouldn't be the one standing in front of everybody having a drink and eating. So that's what I have today. Appreciate everybody's time. We do have time for a couple questions at least, I think, here. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, David. All right, we'll just take one question. And like I said earlier, our speakers, our leaders, going to be around for you to chat, collaborate.
Hi, David. How are you?
Great.
David, I wanted to ask, since we have been using SDS2 for the last 8 years now, how deep are we looking into more automation from getting our structural drawings to direct 3D through SDS2 rather than people doing most of the work? Mm-hmm. Are we looking at any automation on that point or no in the future?
So yeah, automation from taking drawings to SDS2. One of the great things we've worked on recently is actually taking the model directly from some of our other products within ALLPLAN. So we have a great analysis solution called SIA. We can bring that in directly with a structural analysis format, and it's an open Excel-based format that it's documented for any analysis package to use. It's all Excel-based, human-readable, so we can bring that in and have your model created. It's bi-directional as well, so we can get changes. You know, when there's changes to that model, we can come across, do an update. It includes the end reactions, so your connection design then within SDS2 is going to be much, much more economical than doing kind of a blanket load. So yeah, we're aware that it's difficult sometimes to translate that design information over to the detailing information, so we are continuing to work on more solutions for that. Great question. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for the question, and thank you, David, for addressing the same.
Okay.
Well, considering there are no more questions, once again, I would like to, ladies and gentlemen, I think without a shadow of doubt, I would like to mention and stress on the point that you have been such a phenomenal, such a fantastic audience. So give it up for yourself. Please give it up for yourself for being such, and how much we appreciate your participation and your patience for staying with us. On that note, I'm going to quickly invite once again our Managing Director, Nemetschek Group, Indian Subcontinent Business, Nirmalya Chatterjee, on stage for the closing note.
Thank you. Yeah, we are in the fag end, and thank you very much, all of you, that you have spent quality time with us. I believe that whatever the presentations and the talk that we have shared today, it has something to take away from you. If you want further any details on that, you can reach out to all of us. But before I end, I wanted to bring all my overseas colleagues to come onto the stage, please. Please, everybody. Because these are the guys, as I said, different parts of the Europe and the US. And they have been traveling, and they have to catch a flight today, midnight. And that's why we are very, very thankful. And the small way of saying thanks to them is to give the memento from India, so that you remember this audience, and you will come back again in the next time when the Indian customers is going to call you. You will say, okay, I'm catching the flight. Is that the commitment from your end? Yes. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for all my colleagues from the overseas market, and they have been a part and parcels of this. But another thing that I would like to call upon, that our India team also, so they have been working very rigorously to make sure that this event has become successful. So I'd like to call all our India team to also come on the stage. All of you, please come on the stage. Marketing, sales, after technical teams, they are all been traveling throughout from Bombay to Chennai to Delhi. So without their hard work, this event could have not been successful. So again, if you can all give a big round of applause for the entire team together. Thank you. Thank you very much for your participations, and look forward to have further interactions with you. Thank you.
All right, because we are already on the stage for the group picture, I am going to request rest of you as well to join us. One big happy family out here. I'm going to request everybody to kindly join us. Maybe we can get started with the ladies if you could take the stairs, and then rest of the rows. Everyone.
We want to have a group photo with all of you.
And one last thing, not that that's a deal breaker, but yes, going to request you all. We have placed a scanner on your respective table. If you could scan it and give us your valuable feedback.
Everybody, please, on the back side.
And right after that, we gonna open the bar counter, which is right inside this hall behind the pillar. So the bar counter is in the same hall behind the pillar. The dinner is being served outside. And please don't forget to collect the goodie bag from the registration counter while you exit from the venue. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the bar counter is right in the hall behind the pillar. The dinner counter is outside. Don't forget to give us your feedback. The scanner is placed on the tables. And do collect the goodie bag from the registration counter. Okay, I'm going to request everybody to kind of squeeze in from the right-hand corner. If you could come this side, right in the front. If you could all squeeze in so that we can get everyone in one frame. Yeah, let's give 3 cheers for the lovely audience in the house. Hip hip! Louder. I promise we're going to open the bar counter right after this. Hip hip! Hip hip! Lovely. Thank you so much, everyone. And on that note, myself, MC Noor Khan, signing off, where I wish you a lovely and a rocking week ahead. Thank you so much for joining us. Please don't forget to collect the goodie bags from the registration counter. Do not forget to give us your feedback. The scan code is placed on all the tables. If you could quickly scan it and give us